Good. I'm glad I'm not alone. Yeah, Doug, they kind of just tell you that to get you out of their office. I mean, like, if you went to them, they basically, everyone who comes into their office, they either tell them they have autism or they don't have autism. They don't say, well, you might have something different because they don't have that. The second that in their medical journals there's something new, let's call it super autism, then they'll be like, oh, everybody's got super autism. They're just being told what they're being fed. I know you would. No, seriously, they popularized autism in the 1980s with the movie, at least in the United States, Rain Man, and they made it seem not that bad because it's like, okay, well, you get these like superpowers, like you can count toothpicks and count cards, and in reality, those it's like a really bad life. I mean, you have like a lot of social issues, but which is like a form of autism. No, I didn't say that they do. We'll have to look that one up. Look, I can just tell you this. I'm a little bit older than you are, and I never met anybody with autism. My parents never met anybody with autism. My grandparents never met anybody with autism. This is like a new thing. Now, I know the argument is, well, it wasn't being diagnosed or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But why is it that in the year 1980, 1 in 15,000 people were diagnosed with autism? And in the year 2025, 1 in 15 people are diagnosed with autism. What changed? I mean, I'm telling you, if my grandparents would have been like, you are going to meet people in your life who have this disorder, and it's like 1 in 15 people. Fuck no. It's like they would say like, you'll meet people with special needs in the world, and you have to treat them with respect. But that was people with like Down syndrome and people who were had like multiple sclerosis and uh that kind of stuff. I mean, it wasn't like there's this boogeyman disease that's out there, and then people use it as such a an excuse. I hear it. I bet I hear it more than anybody. Maybe aside from like maybe a teacher or something in a school, because people will say, I mean, you do it where people will be like, they'll do something rude, and I will call them on their shit, and then they'll be like, "Oh, autism," and then I'm supposed to feel bad for that. No, dog, you were just an asshole. You just want to blame your actions on some like uh I don't want to say it's fake and made up, but there's a spectrum of it. But just like there's a spectrum of everything, there's a spectrum of sexuality, there's a spectrum of intelligence. Right, exactly. Now, And I get that. When I first met you, but I'm going to tell you this, dude. I'd interacted with you for like regularly for like 3 months, and I did not know that you had Tourette's. It was pretty well hidden. And then the one day you said something, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And you're like, I have Tourette's. And I'm like, no, you don't. We've been interacting with you for months, and we didn't have any type of those kind of outbreaks. And then at about like 2 weeks more of interacting with you, I said, you know what? I need to go back and reevaluate what I said, because it does seem like you do have something and that you can't control it. But you're right. You have Tourette's, not whatever they're saying like these people have, which is, it's just a lot of times people just want excuses for things. They want to feel special too. Like, hey, what's like how can I get out of not working in the world? Oh, okay, all I have to say is that I have this perhaps made up disease. It's not made up. There are people who have some issues, but some people do make it up. I mean, like doctors, if you like on, I mean, I think Reddit is like one of the best sites in the world, because it gives you, I don't know, at least for me, I have the ability, because I have the time, to be able to learn about all different types of um professions. And like you learn about like the medical profession and like the doctor subreddit, and how drugs are pushed on these doctors to prescribe them, and all of the little toys they give them, and they give them their kid to their kids, and all of the trips that they take if they prescribe a certain amount of medicine to people. And right. Yeah, I mean ADHD. 80, right. I mean, it's just a way to give people legal speed, amphetamine salts essentially. And the way that it works is that wealthy people who want to give their children an advantage are able to get them this diagnosis, and then their kids don't have to work as hard, and they can focus better, and they are able to play sports better, and they're able to beat their peers and go to better colleges. And all they have to do is say that they have this, and there's not necessarily a negative connotation of having that, but it's like, if you're poor, you don't have the money to be able to go to these doctors. And not just that, you could get the, at least in the United States, you can get the diagnosis, but it takes money to be able to get the drugs. And a lot of times the state won't pay for them, because they're like mental health drugs and they're not like physical drugs. So you have to pay out of pocket, and then that means you can't pay for it. So if you're poor, at least in the United States, and you have the diagnosis, many times you're fucked. Additionally, you get into the issue where you get people who take it off label, or they just get it from their friends. And I mean, that's where I first encountered it. I would be studying for finals, and one of my friends came in and was like, dude, we are studying our asses off. And there are these kids who are just like barely having to work because they have this pill. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, you don't know about it? And I'm like, no, because I didn't ever know anybody who had it. And then he's like, dude, we got to get our hands on this. And like, as soon as I took it, it was like, I fucking could work for like 25 hours straight. And it caused me to be really chatty. And then I looked into it, and it's legal speed. And then it was like, okay, well, if I need to do well in school, I need to get one of these prescriptions. So I need to BS some doctor to make them think that I have this, whether I do or don't. I think everybody to some extent has it. But nevertheless, I needed to be able to get it regularly so that I could do well in school. And it's not that I couldn't do well without it, but it just was like, it made it fun. It made studying fun. And like, I just would have all these books to read or all these papers to write, and I could just write them so much faster. And then I wasn't tired. I mean, it's literally legal speed. And when you learn about it, it's what Hitler gave to his troops as they were invading Russia. They were on all kinds of fucking amphetamines, and Hitler was on amphetamines. Like, amphetamines were really, really big at one point. And then you start to learn about like how they're used for jet pilots to stay awake, and you learn about how certain types were used at one point for diet pills in the United States, and they're no longer allowed to be sold that way because people would have like heart issues. And just like, there's like this whole world of amphetamines that about which I did not know as a child, because I didn't know anybody with these things. I went to religious school, and all of the parents were like very conservative, and nobody was diagnosed with, I shouldn't say no one was diagnosed with these things. If they were, it was very quiet. Like, we didn't know about it as students. Um and then you would see it start to become a party drug, and people would take it so that they could drink longer and stay up later and do more things. And then it just exploded. It exploded from like 2010 to now. Like, the amount of diagnoses that they've had, and different um, pharmaceuticals that have come out, because like one goes generic, and when one goes generic in the United States, they come out with a bunch more so that they can continue to make money. It's just what happens. I get it. But it just made me realize that, like, back when I told the doctor that I needed it, it was like, if I had never said anything to him, he would have never recommended it, ever, not in a million years. But I recognized that the people around me were taking it, and in order to be able to compete, especially in high level academia, I needed to do the same, or I was going to get left behind. So that was kind of my journey with it. And then yeah, I remember in college, um like, there were times in college when I did really well. I overall did well, but it was like, okay, I could do it naturally and have no friends and just study the whole time, which is fine. And I did that for a little bit. Not really. I always had friends, but I was having to turn down friendships because I would be like, I want to study, and that would have been fine. And perhaps I would have had better grades. But again, my grades were still good. Or I could have had the time of my life, had tons of fun, hook up with tons of girls, have really popular friends, be the big man on campus, and um, utilize these pharmaceuticals. And I remember I was thinking about this earlier today. I remember the moment that a friend of mine came in and they were like, "You're really smart," and I was like, "Well, I don't know about that." And they're like, "Do you want to go to graduate school?" And I said, "Yeah, potentially." And they're like, "Do you want to go to Harvard?" And I said, "Yeah, I think so." And they were like, "You could definitely, with your grades, you could definitely go." And it was just a thought in my mind that, um, this is an opportunity. And had I gone to Harvard, I don't know. I mean, I my life would have been different, but I would have had to take on a ton of debt and probably still not necessarily gotten a degree in anything that was perhaps useful, because at least in the United States, colleges don't prepare you for jobs. The things that prepared me for jobs were the workforce. And then when I got into the workforce, getting certifications, that's what really allowed me to make more money. It was definitely not uh, a university degree. But in order to get the initial job, you need many times. Um, we were friends on Facebook when he was at Harvard. So we were about the same age. But he was there for undergrad. And then uh, he did not go to graduate school. Um, I think he was a couple years older than I am. But I remember being on Facebook in its first year, and it was just a small website. I mean, it was nothing like it is today. And they had this outline of this guy. It wasn't even his face. It was just like a silhouette. And the silhouette of Mark Zuckerberg looked like my friend. It looked a lot like my friend. And so I looked up who started Facebook. And it was like Mark Zuckerberg started it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm going to look this guy up on Facebook. And I did. And I was like, oh, he's like a real person. And I sent him a Facebook friend request and he accepted it. And we were Facebook friends until for like at least like 6 years or so, until Facebook, at least his Facebook, no longer allowed for private friendships because his page went to be a celebrity page, and then that kind of changed things. But yeah, I mean, we're the same age, and um, that would have been when he was there. Would have been when a lot of people were there. Now, again, what'd you say? It would he would have been. I wouldn't have graduated in time to do that. The place where I wanted to work after graduation was Google. Google was the place where everybody wanted to work, and um, I worked with a contractor for some Google projects and learned that you make that that you make more money working as a contractor for Google than Google. It's interesting. Google does not pay that well. And um, like I have neighbors who work at Google, and I've had friends who worked at Google, and it's this idea that you work there to be able to tell people that you work there. Yeah, it's an interesting place to work. Okay, Zoo. But all that being said, all these drugs fuel that industry, and I personally, I find like I had a friend of mine. He's from South Africa, and his dad's a doctor, and so he could easily get a prescription for things. And he wasn't himself when he didn't have his medication, and he was very lazy anyway. He ended up going to Cambridge, and he you could just see his mood swings with these things, and I'm just to me, I would rather have a more normalized life. I'm not saying I won't ever take it again, but at this point in my life, I don't need to. Right. That's precisely correct. It's a racket, man. And they've gotten at least in the United States, they've gotten so big that it's like the third rail. You're not allowed to mention like pharmaceutical companies because it's something like 80% of all news channels budgets are based from pharmaceutical companies. And the United States is only one of two countries, New Zealand being the other, where you can advertise for pharmaceutical companies on television. New Zealand, the United States. Yeah. I mean, again, I just think it's a situation where the doctor has somebody who comes in, they're told in all their medical journals that this is a thing. And so they just want them out of their office. I mean, there's a reason why doctor's appointments are never longer than an hour because it's about getting people in and out as quickly as possible. Like if well, at least in wait, your assessment, that's a different story. That's where you're taking a test, but you're not physically with the doctor for 2 hours. There you go. And you remember how you have that friend or that girl who was totally normal like 7 years ago, and now she has all kinds of shit fucked up with her? That's you. 100%, dog. Welcome. Yo, what's going on? Lost YouTube? How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. You always come. How are you, Nolan Lost YouTube? One moment, Zoot. How are you, Nolan Lost YouTube? Yo, are you gonna talk to me someday? Nolan Lost. Nolan Lost YouTube. Are you gonna talk to me? There you go. You were saying, Zoot? Well, you're pretty close, dog. You have. You come in here and you're like, I'm autistic, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know what that means. And you're like, neither do I. Same fucking conversation every night. All right, let's look up if Raymond was autistic. Yes, the character Raymond Babbitt in the 1988 film Rain Man is portrayed as autistic. The movie depicts him as an autistic savant, exhibiting traits such as a strong need for routine, difficulty with eye contact, and exceptional mathematical abilities. So, dog, does that answer your question about whether he was autistic? Um, the character was created. The character was created based on real life individuals with savant syndrome, including Kim Peek. Although Peek himself was not autistic but had significant brain damage. The film's portrayal of autism, particularly the focus on savant skills, has been both praised and raised public awareness and criticized for perpetrating stereotypes by presenting a narrow and often inaccurate representation of the autism spectrum. Which, all right. Well, I'm just saying that the way they portray the guy in Rain Man, it's supposed to be autism or whatever. They also changed the name of it. When I was a kid, they called it idiot savant syndrome. Now they call it autistic savant. Um, I remember I had this teacher who had worked with special needs people, though none of the kids in our class were all very high functioning people. Like, I don't want to say gifted, but like we were all really hard workers and things. Um, he taught us, like when you're making fun of kids, you'd be like, oh, like, and I only say this if anybody's watching this in the future as for educational purposes, but you'd be like, oh, you idiot, or you moron. And he taught us, we did not know this, but those used to be, he said, don't use those terms, not just because they're not nice, but those used to be medical, um, medical categorizations. And yeah, so it's moron, idiot, and imbecile. And he taught us don't use those because you're not just calling someone, hey, you're being an asshole or you're being a dumbass. You're actually saying that that person is like not functioning correctly, and that's not nice to say. And so we kind of stopped using those terms after we heard that. But yeah, those three terms used to be like medical um diagnoses. Dude, are you going to accept my invitation or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Nobody makes fun of people for autism, though, or ADHD. It's a different world. When I was a kid, like, I almost feel like privileged when there was no um, bully movement. Bully movement started in like 2008 after basically I was out of school. Um, you could bully people as much as you fucking wanted, and nobody was going to say anything to you. And then everybody became soft in 2008. And so, like, when I was a kid, you could call anybody whatever the fuck you wanted to call them, and nobody was going to accuse you of being a bully. But um, after that, after 2008, then everybody got soft. There was this kid who I knew. I feel badly about this, but not kind of, but not really. So he was a really big kid. He was like 6 foot something, whatever, when we were young, and he was just big. And I didn't know him growing up like other kids did, but he would get bullied. And I didn't really understand why, because he was bigger than all the other kids, but he would get bullied. And we just had this natural, like, um, interaction where I don't know if you fucked up that fast. We just had this natural progression where we would, um, like, a lot of people would bully this kid, not even for any reason in particular, but it was just like everybody bullies him, so we're gonna bully him too. Um, and but the thing is, we bullied like I was amongst like 13 boys. That was like my graduating class. It was really small, and we were together for like 6 years. So you just the friendships develop and whatever. Anyway, this one day comes where he and I he was sick of my shit, and he's like, at recess we're gonna wrestle. And I was like, all right. if that's what you want to do. We had this thing. I don't know if this is the right term of it now, but it's called Indian wrestling, and it's like this way to wrestle where two people put their feet like next to each other, and you hold hands and you try to use momentum to like knock the other person down. You don't put people in a headlock, and you don't. It's not like that kind of wrestling. It's like there's no you don't punch the people anyway. So this guy was way bigger than I was, way bigger. Like I was maybe at the time like 5'8", and he was like 6'3", and I don't know why I agreed to this, but he was just sick of my shit. And there was another thing too. Let's say four of us were making fun of him. He would choose me because I was probably not the biggest of all those guys. Even though I wasn't the shortest person in the class, I wasn't the tallest person in the class either. So it was like, all right, I was an easy target. Anyway, he and I go outside for recess this one day, and all the boys stand around us, and they're all really excited to see this because nobody ever gets into any physical confrontations or whatever. And we do this Indian wrestling, and I like normally you go and you pull backwards as well as hard as you can on somebody, and I ended up just going forward with his momentum and knocking him to the ground. And it was like this great moment for myself because here I was like David slaying Goliath, like this really big kid. And then he chased me around, and I was still a little bit faster than he was. And we just, I remember he would look at me during class, like all pissed off. Man, I fucked up there. And where am I going with this? Ba- I know. Basically, basically, like it was a time where you had to learn how to defend yourself. At no point did anybody ever say, "Oh, this person has these mental issues. You're not allowed to pick on them." It wasn't like that. It was just like because then it just becomes, well, this person has this, this, and this person has this, this, and this. No, it was like fuck it. We're just gonna tear each other down verbally without within reason. We weren't vicious. We were just we were still we still had boundaries, but kids don't have that anymore. With the and I get it, kids would get bullied to the point where it would ruin their lives and things like that. But what I'm trying to say is that whole bully culture was not around when I was a kid, and you could just tee off on people. Well, and this gets into the words that would be used. So, idiot and imbecile and uh, moron were used all the time. We did not know of them to be medical conditions. And then eventually we learned the medical conditions, and then we didn't use them anymore. That's what I was getting to. Long way to get there. Oh, Zoot. Look at this movie. No, you wouldn't have been Zoot. What are you talking about? You want to be something. Like I said, with super autism, you're like, well, maybe I have that. It's just something I made up. Um, there's this show that Riser. There's this show that Riser and I like. It's called. Well, it was a show. It's called Nathan for You, and it was like a prank show. Uh, and I forget the exact premise of what one of the episodes was, but He like had people in a medical situation where they were diagnosed with Klein syndrome, which is really a thing, but at least when the time of the show, they didn't think it was a thing. It was just something they made up or they thought they made up. And they like diagnosed all these people with Klein syndrome, and all these people started acting differently or something like that because they thought they had some kind of made up disease and it wasn't a real thing. Anyway, that reminds me of what you just did with super autism, where you would act differently if we just said that, oh, you have super autism. It's like, oh, yeah, I think I do. Tell me, Doug, hold on. I disagree with you on that. Now, I could be wrong, but we play these games and you're pretty good at them. So that's fine motor skills at its best. Just because you have bad handwriting does not necessarily mean that you have poor motor skills. It could just be that you're impatient or that you don't focus or you don't recognize what clear writing is. There are many doctors out there, in fact, some would say most doctors out there, whose handwriting is very sloppy. Zoot, I think that many of the medical issues that you say that you have, unfortunately, can be the source of the issue is that your mother was in early childhood development, and so she was exposed to all these things, and so she was just able to say like observe them in her class and be like, oh well, that's what my son has. You've told me. Well, that's early childhood development. And the fact that like she wouldn't know a lot of these terms if the parents didn't come in and say, "Oh, my son or daughter, they have super autism. Oh, your son has super autism? Well, maybe my son has super autism." Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. But even the thing that, yeah, I would say because they're bored. Because they're bored. Dude, dude, you just spanked me. Dude, look at all these extra moves you got. Yeah, no, dude, I get it. Okay, I could see that. All right, Zoot, just give me a second. I'm resetting my streams. Um, what percentage of those kids do you think would be diagnosed? Don't use 16. That's too strange of a number. Use 100. Do you think 100% of the kids would be diagnosed? Let's say there were 100 kids. How many would be diagnosed with that? Yeah, right. Okay. There was a the an NFL owner, uh, one of the owners of an NFL team, and I was reading comments. They died, and they died from a ketamine prescription or something, and um, basically everybody in the comments were saying like, look, the fact that this guy died from a ketamine prescription is no different than someone who dies from a ketamine prescription on the street or a ketamine overdose on the street. It's just the fact that one had a glorified drug dealer get them that medication and the other didn't. And I tend to agree with that. Doctors have just become glorified drug dealers. What are your thoughts on that, Zoot? Zoot, did you hear me? Okay, what are your thoughts on that? No, the doctors are just have become glorified drug dealers. Correct. The who are the dealers? How are they the dealers? They don't actually procure the drug to anyone. Oh, you mean the pharmacist? Right? Zoot. 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 Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, are you just going to disappear?
Hello.
Dr. Rogers, it's been so great to have you with us here tonight. I'm so honored that you took the time to talk with me, and you've just shared such incredible information. And thanks for being here with us on Coast.
Well, as I said at the beginning, it's my pleasure and my honor. I'm looking forward to him joining us with our live phone calls next hour.
He is standing by. I just spoke with him a little bit ago, and he's ready to talk to our listeners. And can't wait.
How did you find him?
Well, friends in the IUFOB, the International UFO Bureau, had contacted me, and then Dr. Rogers contacted me. So it went from there. We started talking, and talking to this Restream story, and he's just doing really well. He's really getting a lot of attention, and as I said before, I would be surprised if we don't see him eventually as a witness at the congressional hearing, because he knows what he saw, and he's very open about that. He saw something that very few people will ever see, something in a military installation at Cape Canaveral, in a hangar, and it was on a closed circuit TV, a sturdy video, and now he feels free to talk about it. And he received the permission, as he discussed, from the Navy's professional symposium, and so I'm looking forward to see what he does coming forward.
All right, when we come back in a moment, Dr. Gregory Rogers joins Cheryl and myself. We'll take your calls. You can take calls with Cheryl, ask questions of Dr. Rogers. I'll be hanging around to post the post.
To find out where George Norrie is speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website. Scroll down to the bottom and click George's calendar.
There he is. What happened to you? I didn't glitch out. Word, dog. All right, mister. I have shitty hand-eye coordination. Are you finally going to be able to... I know. Are you going to try to beat me at Carom? I don't think so. You've played enough. We've played like 1,000 mini golf games against each other, and you've done fine. You that's not because of bad hand-eye coordination. That's because you take like risky shots that chances are they're not going to do well. You almost beat me in this game the last time we played. Zoot, where do I put this ball? This would be one of the greatest shots ever. Dog. I just need something fortunate to happen here, and it did not. Life is good, big dog. Zoot, you're doing your thing.
Four-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Micah Parsons to the Packers for 2 first-round picks. That's why the Packers that signed Parsons to a 4-year deal worth $188 million.
You're gonna put mine in. Maybe not.
Making Parsons the highest-paid non-quarterback in the history. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones felt the move made sense, both in the short.
Was it the best?
I'm not saying that there can't be a condition. I'm saying you don't have it. You have normal hand-eye coordination. Yeah, you do.
franchise record, 9 RBI to help the Phillies torch the Braves, 19-4. That's sports. I'm Ron Moss.
Do you have baseball in Australia? Is it played by a lot of kids? Did you ever play baseball as a kid? What position did you play? Yo, Zoo. What do you mean you didn't play a position? So you've never played baseball? Oh, so you were just a little kid? Oh, for sure, dog. Um, Believe it or not, I was a pitcher. And if you know T-ball, you don't have a pitcher, or a pitcher does. Yeah, no, I know. So I didn't know I was good at baseball until I would get older. And I really, I'm going to tell a story, and I really appreciate what this one friend of mine did. All right, so I would um, go to my friend's house after school, and we would practice pitching, and he was the catcher, and I was the pitcher. And then we went to baseball tryouts, and they had um, the coach. We didn't really have, like, the coach just kind of picked who he wanted as the pitchers, and he picked the, like, number one, number two, number three guy, because they were, like, big, and they were, like, tall. And my friend was like, "Yo, coach, you should let Rabbi, wasn't a rabbi then, but be the you should see him pitch." And the coach is like, "Okay." And what I could do that the other players could not do is I could throw a strike consistently, and I became our number one pitcher. However, it was on a really bad team. So if you know anything about baseball, oh man, you could be the number one pitcher, but if you don't have any run support, you guys are basically never gonna lose, never gonna win. And I don't think we won a game. I was on one really bad baseball team and one really bad soccer team. We lost a game once 21-0. It wasn't really our fault though. We were in seventh grade and we were playing an eighth grade team, and we were playing the best eighth grade team. And on top of that, all the good players who were in seventh grade, they put on the eighth grade team. So we didn't even have the best players that we should have had. Yep. Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen in this game? No, it wasn't. Let's see what you can do. You don't have bad hand-eye coordination. You're just bad at angles. I mean, you're making up an excuse for your bad play. You're not. If you had bad hand-eye coordination, you would like not be able to move the slider in the right spot and stuff. The fact that the slider goes, you just don't put it in the right area is part of the game. Have you ever had your hand-eye coordination tested? How did they test it? No, that doesn't fucking count. Talk to me this decade if you've ever had it tested. Like somebody could have told you when you were 6, "Hey, you're gay," and you'd be sucking dudes' dicks now. There you go, Zoot. Are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? I'm serious. Now this is superior hand-eye coordination. Look at this move. Oh, Zoot, 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 Zoot. You came so close to losing. Zoot, thank you. Yeah, I did. I'm not good at that kind of shot. I blame it on my hand-eye coordination. Look at this move, Zoot. Where you should be looking. That was amazing. Get in the thing. All right, dog. Dude, if you had shitty hand-eye coordination, you wouldn't get as far as you get in bounce. Yeah, it is true. Zoot, fuck you, man. You're gonna win. Don't fuck up, Zoot. Yeah, but I don't really believe that. But okay. Um, yeah, because you did a whole job for 2 weeks of um going door to door, and you didn't fall over. All right, well, that could be because you're awkward or you're not paying attention. Zoot, you have to get the red one. No, you didn't. Zoot, you could win. You inferior hand-eye coordination douche. Don't fuck up. No way. You fuck you, dude. So how does that make you feel? Oh, so then what do I have? Do I have to go get diagnosed with some bullshit diagnosis? Dude, that was garbage. Zoot, Zoot, you want everything. You want super autism. You want super autism. You want gay. You want everything. Yeah. Is that going to be a good shot? Zoot, that's a fuck up. Zoot, you fucked up. Fuck you, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. It's called Zoot syndrome. No. Zoot. Stop, stop, stop. Zoot, are you going to win this hole? You're going to hit the thing. Short. Look at this comeback, Zoot. Oh, no. That's incorrect. Zoot, you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? It is not a 10. That's not a good shot. I'm behind the thing. Are you proud of that shot? Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Dude, what a shot I just had. That was one of the best water bumps I've ever seen. Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot. Yo, pimp. I know you do. That's why I invented it, so that you knew what you had. Zoot, how'd you like that shot? Yeah, I think there are tons of people out there. You met one of them, that chick who you used to date. You said you used to date her. Well, whatever. You went on a date. That's dating her. You believe it too. She also has super autism. Zoot, you were misdiagnosed. You don't have autism. You have super autism. Oh, Zoot, I can't believe that didn't go in. What are you going to do? Okay. Zoot, are you ready for me to make this shot? That's short. What do you actually believe, Zoot? Like super autism. Yeah, you do definitely have that. Okay, Zoot, you're obsessed with this topic. How's Dog with Hat doing? Yeah. Is that good? All right, Zoot. Yeah. Yeah. Easily. Word, dog. Hey, I thought you had bad hand-eye coordination. This is like the best game ever for hand-eye coordination. Yeah, you can. I don't think you do though. I think you're normal. And I think it's sad to you that you're normal. Aside from Tourette's, you're pretty fucking normal. I don't need to.
That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by
Yeah, he's as normal as anybody. He definitely has super autism though. He was he was he was dude, he was patient zero for super autism. All right, Zoot. Let's see your hand-eye coordination here, pimp. I have it too. Dude, two bullseyes in a row. Here we go. We've never had this. Um, I didn't really recognize its importance until I got older, but then after that, no, I'm fine with it. Dude, that's good. 9? What are you talking about? Your hand-eye coordination sucks. Dude, you just did really fucking well. I know.
We are. We're going to be talking doors and windows. I try and get a door and window show in every year just because it's just such a critical part.
Make it, Zoo. And don't fuck up.
Chris Perez from American Vision Windows, and he and I are going to be talking shop the entire time. It's going to be a great show, and if you don't know enough about windows, which most homeowners don't, especially if you're
Zoot.
thinking about like, oh,
That was really good, dude. If you get a bullseye, you're tied for the lead.
dive into all of the big decisions that have to be made regarding windows. You know what I find very convenient? Rocks are a really good way to get their windows replaced. Thanks, Dean.
All right, we'll try.
Yeah, front doors
I did really well.
kind of in the golden age of the doors and windows.
I think so as well. A perfect game would have been 90, and I got 81. Pretty good. All right, dog. It's time for dart. All right, big dog. It's darts time. Let's see your hand-eye coordination. It used to be so good. I actually think it's the same, but I just got better at this game.
I have issues with the double front entry doors just because they Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that most people have a relatively small entryway, right? Or not a huge entryway. And it's all balanced, right? So you've got your entryway centered on those double doors, and and that'd be fine if both of those doors opened when you walked in, and you walked in the middle entryway, all aligned. No, that one door never opens. It opens twice. It opens when you move in, when you move out, or it may be when you get a new refrigerator. Otherwise, what it promises, it doesn't pay off on because you end up going in the entryway far left or far right, and it's just not the same experience. So when replacing those doors, I almost inevitably always, not always, but most of the time, will advise our clients, hey, let's go for a big center entry door, maybe some side lights on each side instead of the double door. And I've never had a client come back and say, you know what, wrong move. No, absolutely love it. And by oversized door, I mean we go now 42-inch wide doors, or if you do a pivot door, go up to 5 feet wide as an entry door. Just
Dude, did you know you just lost?
I think I just saw one of those. It was the news thing, not brand new, but it was like a Zach Efron radio stuff by in Hollywood, and he had a door, and it was like that, just a huge. Push it open. It was kind of funny, but
Huge dick is number one.
it was the first time I did something.
Yes, sometimes we call them douchebag doors. Just because of the clients who specifically order them, but I think they're cool.
All right, so we're going to talk about doors.
Get that 18. Get that 18, Zoot. Zoot, you just fucked up.
And it's from 6 to 8 on Saturday morning, and then 9 to noon on Sunday.
Zoot, I just fucked up.
Yeah, Sunday, first press.
Get that 18.
They're celebrating
You just busted.
25-year rebirth yet again. They've been so successful, such a great company. And so,
Dog,
we'll have them
I just checked out.
Awesome sauce. You can also follow Dean at home with Dean. Thank you, Dean Sharp. Have a wonderful Labor Day weekend.
You too, Amy.
All right. Governor Newsom has announced an expansion of a state program that'll send more police to LA, the IE, San Diego, and a couple other places. He says this is different than what President Trump is doing by sending in the military, which he says scares people.
The idea that the military can be out there and shoot more in the United States of America, that people that don't look like me, the black and brown community, quite literally feeling like they're racially profiled, scared to death.
The crime suppression team
Zoot.
of CHP officers who work with local police departments in high crime areas.
Zoot, did you know you had an invitation? Zoot.
Activists in Orange County have announced a first fund to help illegal immigrant families.
The Liberty Fund is made up of both public and private dollars to provide legal representation for people navigating the immigration court system. The Orange County Register reports the fund will also be used for things like hotlines for reporting immigration education programs.
I think it's maybe one of the best moves we've ever seen.
The Register, the fund will also work proactively to help families not yet impacted by federal immigration enforcement.
I don't think you did either. I think that your judgment sucks. Are you going to go, or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? You're up, pimp. Oh, Zoot. That was good. Yeah, I did fuck you a little bit. How'd you like that, son? Dude, fuck you. Dog, I'm gonna win. Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I lost. I lost. Oh, you fucked up in a major way. Dog, you fucked up, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked up. Zoot fucked up. Zoot fucked up in a major way. Zoot fucked up in a major way. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi 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 beat Zoot. I said, Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. A rabbi beat Zoot. A rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. And you fucked up. Yes. Word, dog. Dog, let's see you do a better move, son. Yoshi? Yep. Look at this move, Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot. Did you like that? All right, Zoot. I fucked up. Word, dog. I think I won, though. I still won. It's over, Zoot. You're done.
When disaster strikes, the insurance company has a team protecting the company's bottom line. That's why Semper Fi Public Adjusters is
And I fucked up twice.
for 23 years of
No, I don't think so.
helps homeowners and business owners recover more than the insurance company's initial offer. Semper Fi Public Adjusters uses advanced 3D imaging, in-house estimating, and full claim management to give clients the edge they deserve. Semper Fi Public Adjusters handles the paperwork, the inspections, and the negotiations, so clients don't have to. Disaster is hard enough. Let the experts at Semper Fi Adjusters handle the negotiations. You focus on healing, rebuilding, and moving forward. They aren't just a public adjusting firm, they're your advocate. Semper Fi Public Adjusters. Your claim, their fight. Visit SemperFiAdjusters.com and let Semper Fi Adjusters go to work for you today. It's the Labor Day sale from the store. What's on the California trusted to the California Dreamin'? Sit tight.
Right, Dad? During our Labor Day sale, save up to $1,000 on the best brands and up to $700 in Tempur-Pedic adjustable sets.
Plus, with your good credit, get 0% financing for
Zoot, you're up, pimp.
with your minimum monthly payment at 10% down.
So get a dream price on a mattress that'll have you California dreaming every night during Sin's Labor Day sale.
Sit single beat anyone's advertised price on your mattress is free. Text the data for just
Having sex with 1,000 guys anally?
manager at a manufacturing plant. He can to keep his coworkers safe.
Oh, that's cool.
And for that, he offers a broad range of quality products, next day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-CREATURE, click Creature.com, or just stop by Creature for the ones who get it done. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell and Cordell. Cordell and Cordell is the
But then Bonnie Blue is just going to have sex while skydiving.
It does give us certain advantage. For example, in its resource. But being big doesn't mean less personal. Our attorneys live
That girl will make it possible.
they understand the jail. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. 1455 Freezy, San Diego. CordellCordell.com.
Looking for affordable blinds, shades, and shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where we offer custom-made window coverings and guaranteed low prices with a team of...
What's gonna happen, Zoot?
Blindster.com.
Zoot, what's gonna happen, son?
Premier American Credit Union. Open an account, set up direct deposit. $100 cash bonus. Wait time at the Disneyland Resort in KFI AM 640 wants to give you a chance. Frightful fun, plus the added excitement of the Disneyland Resort's 7 days.
I know.
Sparking thrills and chills to both Disney California Adventure Park and Disneyland Park now through October 31st. Offering subject to restrictions. Change without notice. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets to Disneyland Park.
Oh yeah, I fucked up majorly.
From KFI AM 640.
Zoot, do you know who Raja Jackson is?
Okay, you want to know what is the best to travel this late?
Dog.
According to AAA, the best time
You don't know who Raja Jackson is?
today before noon. I know Will keeps saying that, but today before noon.
Michael Jackson?
Waiting until tomorrow. Best time to leave between 6
Zoot. Zoot, look up. Zoot, listen to me. Type in Raja Jackson, Raja space JACKSON. Look what he almost killed this person on Kick, live on Kick, and he still hasn't been arrested, and he's probably going to get away with it.
Yeah. I think it was harassing people in the Philippines. He was always nice to me. He gave me shout outs. Zoot, are you watching Raja Jackson? Zoot. Zoot. Why aren't you looking up Raja Jackson, dog? Zoot, look it up. Look, Zoot, he body slams the guy and punches him 22 times. He allegedly shot the boy multiple times late Saturday as the boy waited for his mom to get off work.
The mother witnessed everything I just described.
Sheriff Robert Luna had just asked for the public's help in finding Chavez. A state appeals court has upheld the conviction of a man for the bludgeoning deaths of his then estranged wife's 2 teenage nephews inside the boy's home in Arcadia. Beyond Sheen is serving 2 consecutive life prison terms without the possibility of parole. 8 people have been caught in an immigration raid outside a Home Depot in LA's Westlake district.
Department of Homeland Security.
Dude, are you looking it up?
Place on Thursday. Video shows unmarked vans driving in the area, and agents quickly jumping out and taking people into custody.
Zoot.
Agents were also seen using tear gas during the raid. This is the 3rd immigration raid.
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing?
DHS says 3 of the people who were arrested yesterday have extensive rap sheets.
Zoot.
The Trump administration is investigating the California Environmental Protection Agency. The investigation includes the California Air Resources Board over alleged unfair job practices against people based on race, color, sex, origin.
Zoot, look up Raja Jackson, you jackass.
Actions which would violate the Civil Rights Act. Cal EPA has been criticized by the DOJ for using protected characteristics in hiring to advance what it calls racial equity. The Beverly Hills
Are you looking it up?
has blocked plans to fly the Israeli flag during Jewish American Heritage Month, despite a school board vote in favor of it. Superintendent Alex Chernus overruled the decision, citing safety concerns and a policy allowing urgent action to prevent disruptions. The resolution meant to combat anti-Semitism and honor Jewish achievements drew debate over whether flying the flag signaled support for Israel's government and its war in Gaza.
Zoot, what are you fucking doing, dude?
Chernus also said no flags will be displayed on Beverly Hills district campuses other than the U.S. flag and the flag of the state of California. Swapping out real
Zoot, what in the fuck are you doing? Are you awake? What are you doing, dude?
$3 to $7 per square foot for some businesses, schools, and other institutions. The agency's Elise Goldman says it's been a successful program so far.
Since the rebate was launched, more than 203 million square feet of grass has been removed through our program. That is 8 square miles of grass, an area larger than Griffith Park.
The Water District says removing grass in favor of more sustainable landscaping helps the agency's effort to conserve water and fight climate change. Time to get your with Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe. Courtney, if you want to be one of those to jump on the Taylor Travis bandwagon, how much is it costing these days to throw a wedding?
Fall wedding season is definitely the busiest time of the year to tie the knot. We have to put this in perspective. More than 40% of weddings are between September and November. My wallet definitely sees that as a guest at some of these events. But according to the NUT, the average cost of a ceremony and a reception in the U.S. $33,000. By the way, the average cost of a wedding in LA close to $45,000. But New York, listen to this one, $75,000. So I'm telling my daughter, somewhere else, anywhere else.
Honey, we're going to North Carolina when you get married.
Exactly. Well, you're never getting married. You're never getting married.
Oh, you're going to be one of those moms.
I know.
Okay.
I keep saying she's going to go to college in my backyard one day. College in the backyard in New York.
We've got a cybersecurity breach in a credit reporting agency.
Yeah, TransUnion. They said that hackers accessed personal information of more than 4 million customers. So they said the data stored on this third-party application was compromised. They insist that no credit information was accessed, but they didn't reveal what kind of personal data was hacked. Definitely check into that. Definitely give a call to TransUnion. The company says it is working with law enforcement on that.
Okay. The chicken chain's opening up more stores around the country.
Yes, Raising Cane's. The restaurant specializes in chicken fingers. It has goal of 1,000 locations by the end of the year. So the company's still in Fox business. It has a focus on connecting with college communities. So they're opening up a lot of stores near major universities here in New York. They're opening up one right across from Columbia and Barnard College. But Santa Fe Springs, by the way, is getting a location.
I think that's a good choice. We've got one down the street, and there's always line. Always.
Exactly.
Okay, more people are going to be running away from Nike,
Yeah,
whether they want to or not.
Yeah, unfortunately. They're laying off about 1% of their corporate employees. Now, I was trying to do the calculations based on how many workers they have, and it comes out to about 780 employees. So the brand has been working on a turnaround. They've had a number of missteps in recent years. So they said this move is hopefully that will set themselves up to win.
Okay. And Pepsi is taking a bigger step out of the energy drink market.
Yeah, they're boosting their stake in energy drink maker Celsius. As part of the deal, Celsius will acquire Pepsi's Rockstar energy brand. Celsius has definitely grown a lot in the past couple years. It started back in 2004, but it's really popular because of its vitamin-infused drinks that help burn calories. But Pepsi has definitely been shaking up its portfolio of products. There's been such a focus now on healthier, less processed foods. So Pepsi's taking a look at the landscape and trying to shape some of it.
Be careful when you shake things up, because you know what happens when you shake up the soda and open it. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, yeah, we could say that. Remember him Coke back in the day? Yeah, you try to shake up things too much.
Yeah. We're going to shake things up on Monday, and you won't be here.
No,
So have a wonderful long day, holiday weekend, and we'll catch you again on Tuesday and get in your business with Bloomberg Courtney Donahoe.
Yes, I'll see you later.
All right, have a good one. When we come back, speaking of shaking, them all shook up. Austin Butler's back on the big screen. ABC's Will Gann's going to tell us about that. And on the street, who done it? Two of my favorite actors. And it happens in a retirement community. I can't wait to hear about that. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, find the Toyota hybrid sedan, truck, or SUV that's right for you at Toyota.com.
Look at this athleticism.
An update of a big crash towards the desert looked as if you're making a getaway. Followed by bicycle up now, you're already stuck in a traffic jam. Probably should have ran something before noon. Like Amy said.
Smart Alex.
The 10 freeway, it's the 10 freeway eastbound right before 8th Street there in Banning. We had an overturned semi. Nobody was hurt, but they had to offload a lot of stuff from this truck. It's been there ever since the 2 a.m. hour. Traffic jammed in the area as you head eastbound from Banning. Again, that's right before 8th Street. Hopefully, clear before it gets any busier. Traffic slow from Highland Springs. A couple of fires. We've got a Caltrans sign on fire, 57 northbound to 60, 57 northbound to Temple, a semi on fire with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Will Volkswagen.
Celebrate 25 years with American Vision
Big
Windows.
party at their Simi Valley showroom September 6th from 11 to 3. Fun, food, and prices.
Save up to $2,500 off your project, $250 off every window, and $500 off each door when you buy 4 or more.
Book an appointment or visit any showroom by September 6th to win a full house of windows free. Don't miss their Simi Valley grand reopening September 6th from 11 to 3.
888-785-5713.
888-785-5713.
Valid for a limited time. Restrictions apply. Call our website for details. Offer expires 9/30/25. See Southie number 778-326.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. Naomi Osaka and world number 2 Iga Swiatek are among the players advancing up the second round of the U.S. Open with wins on Thursday. Osaka defeated American Haley Baptiste 6-3, 6-1, while Swiatek bested Susan Layman's 6-1, 4-6, 6-4. Both women advanced third round matches today. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribociclib, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
This report is sponsored by OPOLaw.com.
Susan Allen here from OPO Law. If your vehicle took a hit, your body probably did too. Whiplash, back pain, head injuries can show up days later. Don't ignore it. Call OPO Law, 888-OPO-WINS or OPOLaw.com.
Do you find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to your mobile phone.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeMuro tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save, but in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you can receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. 310-299-9960. It's official. The 30% federal tax credit ends this year. You need to act now. Switch to solar with Semper Solaris now or pay 30% more later. Go to SemperSolaris.com. Consult your tax advisor. See website for details. Expires 12/1/25. See supplement.
Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Liberty Store.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy? But can't because you're in pain? Hi, this is Mike. The Good Feet Store wants to help you get out of pain.
I just had difficulty walking. When I have pain, I try them out in the store, and I would say almost instantly.
Are you buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief? I I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch boards that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let foot be your barricade. Get in the way of you staying healthy and having fun. Next to the Good Feet store, we'll 3 nights a week paid-free. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Get back to doing what you love. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. We have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Make me sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. And it's Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. 1455 Frazee, San Diego. CordellCordell.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handle show, I told you 10 billion maggots were going to change local greenhouse emissions. And I'm not referring to your family as maggots. That's coming up after 7 a.m. today on the next Bill Handle show.
It's 5:52 on your Friday morning wake-up call. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom's putting special CHP teams in place to crack down on crime in cities, including Los Angeles. The crime suppression teams will target high-crime neighborhoods, focusing on repeat offenders and illegal guns and drugs. Orange County has launched a first-of-its-kind effort to support illegal immigrant families. The Immigrant and Refugee Liberty Fund will be paid for with $1.5 million in public and private money and will fund legal representation, emergency hotlines, and Know Your Rights programs. A 21-year-old man from Riverside County is pleading guilty to aiming a laser pointer at an LAPD helicopter flying over the anti-ICE protests in downtown LA. The man's facing up to 5 years in prison when he's sentenced in December. Let's say good morning now to ABC's full-time platform entertainment reporter, Will Gans. Morning, Will.
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Hey, Will, I'm all shook up because get it, Austin Butler's back.
Yes, and I don't know. I mean, if he went from all shook up as Elvin, he's like completely put through the ringer, removing fat or whatever the taking shaking up in the next degree is in this new movie. It's called Caught Stealing, and it's from director Darren Aronofsky, who did Black Swan and a lot of other Oscar type of films, but this is more of like Die Hard on steroids. So Austin Butler is playing a down on his luck former baseball player who's now like a bartender in New York City. And he agrees to watch his neighbor's cat while his neighbor is away. And sure enough, these dogs come looking for his neighbor, and they see that Austin Butler has his cat, and he gets all mixed up in all kinds of terrible things. So it's an action-packed, brutal, violent, adventure through New York City, and he's trying to figure out what his neighbor has gotten himself into, and now what he's gotten himself into. Zoe Kravitz is in it as well. She plays his girlfriend, and it is, I mean, if you like the Die Hard sort of bloody, action-packed movie, you can see this on the big screen this weekend. But if you're a little squeamish when it comes to blood and fighting, maybe take a movie.
It sounds like when you first started speaking, he's a former baseball player who's now a bartender, like sort of the dark side of Cheers.
Exactly. Yeah, Regina King is in it too. The supporting cast is amazing. And if you do go see it, it takes maybe like 20 minutes or so to really like pick up the steam. But it's violent.
Okay. Violent. We'll put that next asterisks. Okay. I'm so interested to hear about this one. You're going to start something on the stream. Two of my favorite actors, Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren. And it's a whodunit in a retirement community.
Exactly. So this is like Murder, She Wrote meets Only Murders in the Building. And it is very British. It's very beautiful. It's wonderfully acted to the credit of your two faves, Helen Mirren and Pierce Brosnan. So this is a group of senior citizens who are living in a very posh retirement community, and they are trying to solve a cold case when a murder happens in their own retirement community, so that they, of course, pivot to try and solve that. And it is where the first movie I was talking about, Caught Stealing, is bloody and action-packed. This is more intellectual, more of a Sherlock Holmes approach to
Zach texts us, damn, dog, it's like that now, but you've changed. Like, give him shit. He's like, but I wake up to like 75 texts to 100 texts a day.
You know, other crimes in the future. It's a delight, and if you're into a sort of intellectual study, this is a great one to watch on Netflix this weekend.
Okay, and then I just saw a trailer for this one. I haven't watched it, but I saw the trailer and I went, oh, how come I haven't watched this series? Because it looks kind of interesting, but it's almost rapping. It's about rapping.
Yeah, so the Samurai Treachery, you might have seen it on your TikTok feed or Twitter feed. This is one where everybody's like, Team Conrad or Team Jeremiah. So it's sort of like the 2025 version, maybe, of Dawson's Creek or something like that. And it's based on a book series that was very, very popular. And there's a lot of Taylor Swift music in the soundtrack. But it's about a girl who vacations to the same beach house every summer, and there's a love triangle between her and two brothers. And there are only 3 episodes left in the entire series. So if you wanted to catch up, you can start season 1 this weekend, maybe watch season 2 next weekend, and then season 3, which is the final season, will wrap up in 3 weeks. So it's a very easy watch. It's, it's got high drama and high stakes and beautiful people and beautiful music. So the Samurai Turned Pretty is the internet's obsession, and it could be yours too if you wanted to get into it. So this weekend.
Okay. ABC's multi-platinum. I like that better than platform.
I like it too. Feel free to tell them. Yeah.
Okay, let's call you that from now on. ABC's multi-platinum entertainment reporter, Will Gaines. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People in Encino and Lake Balboa say they're getting fed up with all the fires in the Sepulveda Basin. In the past year and a half, more than 700 fires have been reported there. Most are connected with homeless camps, with an estimated 200 to 300 people living in the basin. The Encino Neighborhood Council will talk about the issue during the public safety meeting yesterday. A lot of residents voiced concerns about the fire possibly spreading into their neighborhoods. The Torrance Police Department has agreed to make some changes after a review by the California Department of Justice. Attorney General Rob Monton says the enforceable agreement is in response to a series of racist and bigoted actions.
That will provide for accountability, that will help eliminate bias, that will make sure that there's data that is driving policies, that there's oversight, that there's community engagement and more community policing, that there's honoring of civil rights and constitutional rights of the community.
More than a dozen Torrance police officers participated in the exchange of racist and homophobic text messages. A pair of officers were also caught spray painting a swastika on a car they had impounded. Cases of police.
It'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Date? We're going to date? You want to go to Nobu? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. Yeah. This is how hookers started. Yeah. And like the girl was like,
Already been 106. More typhus cases in the county have been increasing gradually since the year 2010. Infections usually peak in late summer and fall. Fear is growing of an AI bubble burst.
The new report says 95% of companies investing in artificial intelligence have yet to see any financial returns. Overall, the stock market is up more than down, but tech stocks in particular have been falling in recent weeks, leading many to compare it to the beginning of the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, where investors dumped businesses that looked good on paper but turned into a huge liability. Experts say the insane valuations of AI may cause a sharp downturn as investment pulls back, but AI is so embedded in our lives now that it's not going away, bust or no bust. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
The 13th largest lottery jackpot in U.S. history is up for grabs this weekend. The $950 million million Powerball drawing will be held tomorrow night at 8. This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, Southland weather from KFI. Lots of sunny skies. It was kind of weird, easy cloudy yesterday, but it looks like we're going to be back to sunny skies today. Highs in the 80s at the coast, 80s to low 90s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County, 90s to about 103 in the valleys. Low to mid 90s for the IE, 80s to low 90s in the Antelope Valley. Overnight lows mainly in the 60s, and then tomorrow about the same as today. A couple degrees hotter Sunday and Labor Day Monday. It's going to be a couple degrees cooler, but still hot all the way through next week. It's 71 at Data Point, 71 Long Beach, 69 in Sherman Oaks, and 72 in Fountain Valley. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom for producer Ann and technical producer Mark. Traffic specialist Will.
East Coast doesn't count. What's up, beer, Sean? We should have beer, wild cherry, and green Pepsi. Oh man, yeah, there's some dangerous who did the cherries. I actually, I recently had it was a creamsicle flavor or something.
Semi was on fire there on the right shoulder. There are some delays on the southbound side with 57/60 through that stretch. Keep an eye on that. 210 westbound at Rodeo. This is a semi on the right shoulder. Hit run crash.
Just like she was just frying. Sorry, Jet. Dr. Pepper cream soda is phenomenal, but this Pepsi is a good combination. Dude, I'm a big Pepsi believer. I think Pepsi's better than Coke. You can say that. Let's say that now. Does that Discord link actually work? Yo, Gonzo, thank you for the follow. No mugs. No mugs. What? I mean, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. Coke is not as good unless you get it from McDonald's, and then it's better. But like, yo, only getting your Coke from McDonald's is crazy. People talk.
So that's the first step in summoning and slapping this. And then I summon someone. Let's bring summoning to the show. Summon someone who don't want to hear you. Who are we going to summon? Is nobody listening anymore? And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. Friday, August 29, and
are you guys out again? We are. Oh, get Lord. There he is. Sorry, he's probably still in his sauna waking up, so. Yeah, this man like does his little sauna every morning. Bougie. Put it in the Discord, you want to talk? About what? Betsy Sugar Ray, Neon Trees, and Vanilla Ice this weekend? Oh my god, really, John? Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Everybody say good morning to Ed. He's on Facebook. Say hi on Facebook. What's up? I'm joining you, man. Oh. Where's this other mother trucker? Well, 7 wins already. Let's go to some. Whoa, really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to do. arcade launches. We even won a game because of extra.
What? No way.
Spots in the final cycles. No joke.
That's fine. Yeah. Could be true. Alright, well, he's not all loaded up yet, so it's not really. Oh. Blind taste testing colas on stream. Yo, that would be fun. I'd be down. RC Cola wins it? Wait, what? No. Let's talk about future technology. What? Why? What? What do I talk about future technology for? Isn't the best technology if you're still alive? Bye. Yeah, I try not to drink as much pop. I drink a lot. I try to drink like a lot of water.
Oh, this is garbage truck.
So today, to get into UCLA or Stanford, not only do you have to have a 4.2 or 4.4 GPA, which I don't know how that's done, AA classes, you also have to create a charity and feed 2,000 kids a night, like Bruno does. Other than that, you're not getting it.
Not for extension courses.
Yeah, where did you go to school?
That's high school. Oh, Apple Valley High School. It's where I went to high school.
And did you do any post high school?
Yeah, Victor Valley College up in Victorville, California.
Okay.
With the Rams.
Victor Valley, except they really did have Rams.
Yes, they did. And John State.
Yeah. Okay. And Ann, good morning.
I'm bored.
All right, you too. I'm hoping there's Nikki over there. All right. She went to school in Australia and studied whatever the hell.
Yeah, I actually went to a Jewish school in Australia. One of only like 2, so I'm special.
That's the word I use, special. Okay. Got a lot going on today. Stuff going on. CDC, big news. Also, at least I think it's big news. Also, there is. Oh, those radios and communications are just shutting down. The control tower can't talk to airplanes. It's so bizarre. They're going to have semaphore flags out there with people. Yes, exactly. Aliens doing that. Big flags. You know, at one point, we have something I've never shared with anybody before. I was in the Boy Scouts before I got kicked out. Just before I got kicked out. And I was the semaphore guy in my troop. And the semaphore is kind of fun because it's Morse code. And you do it with flags, depending on the position of the flag. For example, flag up, flag out, means whatever letter that is. Halfway up. Pardon?
Look, not a flag.
Squirrels.
I'm sharing a story. And by the way, it's not a butterfly. What you do is you take a set of keys and you go squirrel, squirrel. That's how you do it. Okay. Do I say hello to everybody? You know what? It's Friday. It is Friday.
And it's before a long weekend.
And it's before a long weekend.
You said it's Friday.
Yeah, but it's Friday on a Friday. All right, guys, let's jump right into the news. It's time for Handle on the News with Amy, Neil, and me. Lead story. This one's kind of a interesting.
His actual interest gets lost in the shuffle sound than any other car ever. any American car. I think that these new ones, the 2025s and 26s, they're better than any other car ever. Any American car. Like the Corvette ZR1, it's the greatest American car that's ever been built. It's 1,100 horsepower. Yeah, we're Austin. I went down there because Daddy was going to spend a little bit of his UFC antitrust lawsuit money, right, on the ZR1. And showed. Now you're going to get another car, not put it into a stocks for it, and get that out. I'm doing both. This is a fraction. This thing is. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, this is nothing for you because you're a cuck, but for most gentlemen out there, you should get your dick hard. Is that right? Tell me if this does anything for you. Now, oh, Brian Simpson, you ready to look at this? You got one? No, I don't have one. But this is, Google this. This is literally the greatest American car ever produced by a long shot. That Z1. ZR1. It's got a giant wing on the back of it. It's literally a race car that you can buy. It has 1,100 horsepower. 1,064 horsepower. 6 speed too. And how fast does it go 0 to 60? You can go 205 miles an hour. 205 miles an hour if you want to. 205 miles an hour. No, I would never go that fast. Still, it's insane. And it's beautiful. Like, look at that thing. I mean, it's just a piece of art and engineering. Look, I'm still not hard playing. Nothing? Not even a little flick? Well, but I am impressed that it goes that fast. All right, I'll take that. Now, do other pictures, Jen. This is me with the tire. All I'm saying is 5,000 troops in a city. If it does. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So how many cities are being Republican cities, but how many Democratic cities are there in this country where crime would be lowered if you brought in federal troops? You would need millions and millions of federal troops. That's all I'm saying.
So why are you against it?
First of all, it's the cost. Because remember,
They're being paid anyway.
That doesn't matter when they can do things other than sit there and control the streets. And they call up the National Guard is called up. These are people that just work and they're called up, and all of a sudden they're not working anymore. And the productivity drops like crazy. So it's a lot of money, and then they're paid for by the federal government. And the point is, we lose track of why they are really needed. And all of a sudden, they're not there for the purposes of quelling crime. They are there for the purposes of the political purposes. Now,
Break it down and come check your son and check it out.
but well, if you really want feasibility, what a National Guardsman at every single corner in the street. For example, Los Angeles, how many corners are there on the streets in LA? That would work. Exactly. 6. Okay, let's go ahead. And by the way, listen, this is also a city. I guess he's a believer.
Break it down and come check your son and check it out.
Where do you go with this? It's not. I mean, it's horrible. But it's dropping. And let's look at crime relative to crime in other countries, other cities. And the other thing that crime is out of control.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'Leved.
That translates right to more serious crime. And we've done that. Right. All right, let's take a break and we'll come back. We've got lots. Amy, say it by newsroom.
Here's the latest. Sheriff's deputies have arrested the 20-year-old man suspected of shooting and killing a 13-year-old boy at a gas station in Pico Rivera. ICE has carried out another raid at the Safe Home Depot in the Westlake District where illegal immigrants were rounded up 3 weeks ago. And Governor Newsom, as Bill mentioned, says he's got a plan to make city streets safer, and it doesn't include the military like President Trump's plan does. Those stories and more coming up.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. As in every city in the United States. But there are some cities where the tap water you drink, what would a segue this is, huh? The tap water you drink doesn't taste very well. Now, it's all safe. There's no issue about that. But there are contaminants, and there's all kinds of microplastics, and we will go on and on. And more importantly, it tastes horrible. So here is Life Source Systems. I've had one for 14 years. Life Source System is a very high-end water filtration system.
One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples?
Here's some rocks. Right. That's how it started. It was so much easier this way.
Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? It's also very reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppe and the period of the Japanese. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted
It's a hot girl, right? And she's saying, the most
as opposed to
responsive
the
person I've
conditions
ever
that
been around
were
was like this
endured by
super
Jews
successful
during the
businessman
period of
that she
the
dated. He's
So
like,
let us
and
look
no matter
at
how
those
busy he
two
was like always
We
responsive. And she said,
recall
well, how do
that
you do
one
that?
of
And he
the
was like,
prerequisites
because it's
of
about
the
respect.
beginning of hostilities
You know,
in
and I
September
firmly
1939
believe
is
that.
the sealing of a
I
non-aggression
can't
pact
stand when you
between
text
the Soviet
somebody
and the Third
and then
Reich,
they just
which allowed
they take
both
like
Stalin
forever to get
and
back to you,
Hitler
or they're never responding or
invade
something. Yeah, no,
Poland
it's
and
still
the
like
Baltic
that
states
should no,
to
yeah,
divide up the
oh my
territory.
god, especially like
That meant that a
girls
significant
bitching
number
on
of
it
Jews
too.
found
Yeah, I'm like
themselves
you're not
inside the
busier than me.
Soviet orbit.
You know what I mean? Like you think you'll never know because I respond. I'm just like that with everybody. I just think people don't respond and go, it's like, oh, maybe I'm overdoing it, but for me, it's like, no, you don't. I respect your time, so I'm gonna get back to you. You're not. I don't want to hear about. Like, it's an age thing because I come from an era where you had to call people on the phone. You had to you had to actually call on the phone. Like if I was coming to pick you up, I had to be like, hey, I'm coming at 8, and you had to be ready at 8 because there's no way for me to text you. I had to honk the fucking horn.
But Eric, don't you think it's more of a thing if they fuck with you, they get back to you? But then there's also on the other to that. I've had friends in my life where I just gotta be like, dude, I'm out. If you need that friend who's always checking in and following up, and like I'm your fucking dad, I ain't the one, bro. Well, yeah, but there's relationships over that where they're like, like if I get back to him, I'll text him like, hey man, swamped, I'll get back to you, and then 2 days later I call, he's like, what the fuck, like all buttered, like what the fuck, dude. Oh, you're out. I can't.
But it all depends on who the person is to you. I mean, if it's your wife, okay. But if it's like, I hear you. I don't subscribe to that. I think that if I give, if you have my number and I have your number, and I text you. And not just like what he said, like some casual shit. Even if it's just like, hey, you're trying to find out some information, or even if I'm like, hey, I heard something happen, I hope everything's okay. Like he just said, he goes, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you. That's respect. That's respect. You're like, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you if I can. You know what I mean? Thanks for checking in, Pete. It's like that kind of stuff. I think that's important. It's just me. Like I'm not. Let me just say this. It sounds like it, but I'm not judging. No judgment on anybody else. I'm just saying. I think it's a sign of respect because I can't stand when people go, "Hey, I'm busy." Hey, you're not that busy, bitch. Well, that's okay. Yeah, like no, but you're not. You're right. It's a choice. Listen, Chris, it's a choice. Nobody's that busy. That's a construct that doesn't exist. No, I understand, but if you're going through like something, then and you don't respond.
because things are stressful or whatever, and you write back,
Or even if you don't write back, then if it's a week later and you say, hey, I was going through something, that person goes, oh, that makes sense. Hey, thanks. No, but that's not what I'm talking about. Because 96% of the time, it's just people being like, whatever. Just being like, whatever with this, whatever. Not respecting your time. That's all I'm saying.
But I also know people who are way busier than me. Like Rogan's a good example. I usually call him on my way to work. Whatever I'm doing, he'll be like doing way bigger shit than me. And answer like, "What's up, man?" And I was like, I sent him a picture of a car. I'm just shooting the shit. And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I got Trump coming in. Let me call you back." Like, oh, you don't have to answer nothing.
Yeah, but that's a sign of his respect of your friendship. That's what that is right there. That's my point I'm trying to make. It's like it's just a choice people are making. Like we're so casual with how we communicate now with social media and all this stuff. We just kind of swipe and we just kind of like look at stuff and we just are like, this isn't important anymore. And I think communicating with the people that are in your life, in your circle, in your like, your inner circle, your like whatever. You circle out there, then you have a circle out here, and then you have a circle of people that, I just think it's like, well, what's wrong with being like, hey, what's up, or thank you, or whatever it is like that? No, we're all fucking selfish creatures.
I agree. I get better.
I don't know, yeah. The reason why I brought it up is like a friend of mine posted this thing. And I was like,
all of the Jews in
I was like, this is not, you shouldn't be posting this. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, okay. It's going to be like, after people. And I'm like, hey, this ain't you, bitch. This ain't you. That's because they don't. Sure. I mean, I don't know. I think that we all do it. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of,
It is, but like, I like this is what kind of friend Chris is. He's always been great. Like, my baby girl's going through more health issues, right? It's been a nightmare. Now, Chris, a million people text, like, the only reason it got out is because my wife put something on it, but a million people can text, like, oh, man, sorry what you're going through. Like, I don't respond to that. Chris responded, man, heard what happened. Hey, I have a friend who can help out. This big pediatrician. So it's like, oh, damn, there's a resource that actually is going to improve what I'm dealing with. But if you like, hey, man, let's talk about it. It's like, bro, for what? You have kids. What the fuck am I going to talk to you about? But Chris was like, yo, here's the number. Talk to this lady. Like, she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's a real one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, and of course, I'm not talking about when somebody's like, hey, happy birthday. You don't have to be like, well, thank you. You know what I mean? I'm talking about my baby's no better to text me on Thanksgiving. If you text me on Thanksgiving, Christmas, hey, man, I'm not 14. Chris, let them know. Who texts every Christmas and Thanksgiving?
Eric is the my dad, my brother. You must be busy all day. If you're texting my dad and my brother, what's up, Bill? Face on a turkey.
You know who I text every year like that too? Anthony Jesselman. Just because it bugs him. He just goes, what are you, 6 years old? I run it back. I go, love you too, baby. It's like, I just, but don't it make you feel good when you see it? I like it from here. Sometimes I wake up. Sometimes here's another example. Sometimes I wake up late because it's like I've been traveling. I need to sleep in. It's 11. I'll wake up. Okay. There's 6 people that have texted me, and I look half asleep, and I legit, like, somebody that I respect a lot, this happened to 4 days ago, or no, more than that, and I forgot to, I guess I didn't even realize he really texted me, and then I go one day, like 3 days later, I go, oh, fuck, that happened in the middle of my sleep, so I wrote it back, and he asked me something legit. He was like, needed my help with something, and I was like, oh
my God, bro, I'm totally sorry.
Often
And,
after
you know, so good, but like,
terrifying.
that doesn't mean I don't respect this guy.
no longer friends, right?
That's for the guy that like you would go eat with him,
And then if you like, if you're 5 minutes, it hits me at 1, you get there at 1:05. He's already ordered and he's already eaten his food. Absolutely.
I don't like to do some text, and usually, wake up so early, I'll respond, but it'll be like 5 a.m., and then they forget because I respond so far. It's not a...
I know.
Yes, I was busting Rogan's chops because I text him, I said, damn, but you've changed. Like,
There she is.
He's like, I wake up to like 75 texts and 100 texts a day. He's like, so it just gets lost in the shuffle something, and I gotta go through it. I'm like, you're living different. I'll tell you who's great at getting back. Who's great is Theo. He's blowing up, all that stuff. Me and Theo would text, probably once every 2 weeks, something like that. But then he realized very different.
Yes, ma'am.
We're texting back and forth, and then,
How did I sleep? I slept well, thank you. How did you sleep? Oh, that happens, girl. I'm like a big bear. It happens. What's new in your neck of the woods? Yeah, get yourself socks are important. Absolutely. Biggest whore on earth, baby. I am a hoe. It depends. Sometimes I say I'm a giant whore. Sometimes I say I'm a hoe. Oh, I love sluts. Oh, who doesn't love sluts? Who doesn't love sluts? There you go. I don't understand why sex is so taboo. You're good. What don't I understand? What? Slut? I didn't follow. Can you repeat that? Okay, just one moment. Okay, what'd you say? Can you speak into the microphone? Oh, now I can hear you. There you go. What's up? Word, girl. What's on your agenda for this weekend? It's um okay. Okay. Can you go to the lake? You're in a car. No, you can ask your friend. Hey, dude, it's I mean, maybe I don't know. Can't you ask nicely? Hey, it's Labor Day weekend. It's like the last weekend of the summer. Is there any way that we could go to the beach? Oh, it's cold. Okay, I mean, oh, dude, what about the Lincoln Park Zoo? It's free. Okay, so why don't you go to the Lincoln Park Zoo? Okay, calm down with the N word. I know you want to sound tough, but it just makes you sound lame. Well, you sound lame. All right. So, so you didn't grow up you didn't grow up speaking like that either. You, you didn't grow up speaking like no. I'm not. I want to hear your bullshit. Okay, I'm saying that you just said that you didn't grow up speaking like that either. You, look. I have one question for you and one question for you only. Here's my okay. All right. Calm down. I just have one question for you. Look, I don't give a flying fuck. All I want to know is that have you ever seen Chappelle's show? Okay. All right. May I please? Yo, may I please speak? Yo, may I please speak? Okay, you should know that when you use that word, my streams get the N word. When you use the N word, my streams get marked as mature. So that's all I'm saying is just try not to use it. I'm just no, I know that, but I'm saying my YouTube streams. No, I understand, but then they're not available in the search engine. I understand. I appreciate it. Perfect. That would be appreciated. I understand. I understand. I understand that it slips. I understand that it slips. Okay. So, do you think there's a chance you could go to the Lincoln Park Zoo? You're only on food days? Yeah. Don't you guys? Do you enjoy each other's company? Okay. So you don't really like each other. You just. How did you guys meet? I understand. How did you guys meet? Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Calm down, calm down, calm down. I'm only able to take in so much at once. I'm trying to hear you. Okay, so he was working at a place. Where was he working? Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay. Wait, how did you get him fired from there? Not why. Not why. How? 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 Right. That's you. You hoe. You'd actually show up where he works. Did he say that you're the one who got him fired? So you fired him, but he still is employed. Did you have an alcohol or a drug? Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI? Was it alcohol or drugs? Dog. Okay. Well, that's not like yeah. I understand. People considered it to be much more serious than it is. Right. A lot of times they'll This girl is cray. Cray in a wild way.
Getting lost in a city you always wanted to visit. What up, man? Seems like Restaurant. Merci. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
And then he called me, but it was 9:30. And he goes, damn, came to answer your phone? I didn't see it. I was asleep. I'm in bed by 9. I didn't see it. So I text the next morning at 6. Like, bro, you called. I'm sleeping. I'm going to answer your call if you do it when I'm up. We're living two different lives, my man.
Yeah. One thing I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out just in general.
Yep.
Yeah, he's good. Like, he might just, I get the phone around, I'll go, I think I'll call him. And he's just like, hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while, that kind of thing. And I just go, well, that's great. Like, not everybody, nice. When you're that busy, you're that, like, you got all this stuff going on. I just think there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, and until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that you might say, hey, what's going on?
My only
They don't get back to you.
My only thing is, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate, and then when we do talk, you're like, what the fuck, bro? Not catching, like,
no, none of that.
Like, if I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, this just isn't gonna work. We're gonna break this Band-Aid up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm just saying. This guy's like, no, I've had people in my life like really cared about.
Because I have my own set of rules. Like, it's like, I don't think you should send me 75 paragraphs on the first text. Okay. To me, you gotta check in. You gotta check in.
Callan does that. He'll send a whole 7-paragraph text. I want to read off. Go too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something. Nah, don't do that. That's what I need.
No, I don't like that.
No, I need a check in. I need a check in. I don't need don't do that to me. I go crazy Super Saiyan. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now.
You know what? I like if it's long. I like a nice voice note.
Oh no. Bro, nobody knows your rules, all right? You don't just fucking keep saying rules. Bro. An 8-minute voice note, go fuck yourself.
I won't listen to that 8-minute text.
No, because you both of those are go fuck yourself.
Read it at your leisure.
Yeah. But when you get a voice note, you're missing shit. I'm drunk. And my thing is like,
he's too loud in my thing. Give it a minute, it's his fault.
Yeah, it's
text me about it. No, here's the thing. A voice note, no. Then call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute,
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking so hot about it.
Here's why voice notes work, because it cuts through the bullshit. It's not, yo, man, what are you up to? What are you doing? Voice note, boom. This is what I got going on.
Oh, my God.
It cuts the fat.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, fucking, what about that British girl that had an axe when because she was being accosted? When she's 14, it's all over the news. Let's get to something else.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Well, bring something up, motherfucker.
14-year-old British girl. Her parents sent her with an axe and a blade, and she had to fucking wield it.
Protect herself and her friend from a migrant who wanted to assault them. Good for her. What a little badass.
Dude, hopefully she was arrested. Right, people are saying though that she's a hero.
Damn, look at this little.
She's this little William Wallace.
Hey, friend, take the AirPods out, yeah? So you can hear.
Well, watch this guy. Watch what happens. Look, she's just going nuts. Watch this. This is the guy I like. Hey, guy. What are you doing? The guy that just walked by.
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
Because this is bullshit. What do you mean? You're walking by. If you see this kind of thing going on, and you can just walk by the real scene in person. it's not as heightened.
No, I understand.
That's why this guy's like,
I understand.
The little girl's got an axe. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing. Nothing's happening here, man.
No, I bet that guy was like, "Oh, that girl's
internet bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe.
Say internet
Get me the
bullshit.
fuck out of
She
here."
got arrested, and then also, there people are using this. This is crazy, but people are real. It is crazy how something like this is used after
Polarized,
of course. But
Yeah,
they're making her a legit like hero. Like this is the woman we need in our. It's insane what they're doing on that.
Yeah, no, she's doing that. I'm proud of her. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
super proud of her. I already posted the meme. Yeah,
Well, how about this one? Have you seen these memes that are showing up where a girl is saying, like, we need to just to date me. You have to pay me $500. To date me, you have to pay me $1,000. Like, see those memes?
Anybody says to date me, you go away the other direction. To date me, how about the thing? Yeah, I know, Jim. How about the thing? Where the lady was like, did you ever see that one thing where the lady was talking to the camera and she was like, "No, we're not gonna do coffee. We're not gonna do a hangout. We're gonna go to dinner. You're gonna pay. And then like it cuts to her years later and she's like, I had to freeze my eggs because no eggs. And everyone's like, yeah, because you're insufferable, you stupid asshole.
Well, that's a girl also being like in on the joke.
What do you mean? She was serious.
I don't. It was
No,
really
there's no joke. She had to freeze her eggs here.
I saw it's just like that one of them where the girl was like, I told my husband, I'm not cooking for you. These are the eggs for me and our kid. If you want eggs, and then the next video was her being like, my husband left me.
Yeah, no. Bro, when women are like, what do you bring to somebody was upset because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck is he? Dude, you like, and they'll get mad at us because we talk about how hot someone is, and then it's like, but they also don't want to have to bring anything to the table. So then what the fuck do we get?
Yeah. Well, no, Chris, that's the minority. Those bitches are like, women power. We work 9 to 5 and want a war, and they want to start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. And they're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking
minority. That's a little bit of a different
bitches,
thing.
like the good moms.
I understand that. If you're a woman and you want to forego having a family and work hard and do your thing, do your fucking thing.
Yeah,
but do your thing though. Like I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot and what do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess? No.
Well, it depends how hot
she is. But here's the crazy part about this.
Though.
Wait, here's the crazy part about this.
I'm a dime. No,
you're a dime?
Everything together, yes.
No, you're not a dime.
No, bro. Have you seen my personality? It's crazy.
I know, but your forehead, you get 2 points knocked down.
Dude, everything, something about me.
You know what? I would say...
I agree, but your forehead and your skin...
But if it was like, you have a good pie of stuff.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, that's what a guy needs.
But the looks aren't the biggest part of the pie.
It's not looks.
I would say you're handsome.
But you weigh it, it's a dime. Weigh it. Weigh my pie, it's a dime. Because,
disagree.
You put it all together. Yeah, something about me, my attitude, my charisma.
We get it.
Yeah, you take one of my features and you show it to somebody. You take my feature off of me and you show it to somebody. You go, that guy's gonna be ugly. You put them all together. You go, all right, with the charisma and all the stuff and it's rich. Then okay. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, now the looks department, okay, whatever. But we're not talking about that. But objectively, if you get a good picture of me, I'm nice looking.
I would say you're handsome.
I didn't say handsome. I said
the nose and the forehead.
No. If you light the picture nicely and you catch me at a good moment or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
Hit it. What's a good
angle? I'm saying, like, if I...
All right, nice. Another one, hit it.
No, I got one. But if you get a weird picture of me, I get it, dude.
Hey, you're talking some weird picture.
I look hideous. You'd never know he was a 10. You'd never know he was a 10. On a weird pic.
Listen.
But he is.
No one ever would say you're a 10.
Bro. There's no
world where you're a 10.
About gay men. I'm talking about women when they see and feel the whole presence.
Okay.
God damn it.
I believe that. Hey, you know what? And we know it's documented.
It's very well documented, bro.
Yeah, it's documented. The one that these women that, like, you say, well, I have to give you $500 to go out on a date. Here's this funny part about that.
if you give them $500, I say, okay, let's date. I'll give you $500 to date. But if you also fly them anyplace, it's now sex trafficking.
No, it's like, dude, isn't that crazy?
Isn't that crazy?
You're fucked if you're a guy, really.
You know what I mean? All of a sudden now, I just sex trafficked you, and you're like, no, you charged me, so I have to give you $1,000 to date you, but we're flying to Vegas, so all of a sudden now I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like then you're like,
can you imagine a girl like, if you're gonna date me, it's $500,000. Like, where the fuck are your parents? Who raised you?
Well, she's a hooker. Yeah, you're a hooker. Congratulations, sweetheart. You're a hooker. Congratulations. You're a streetwalker.
Let's take a little break here because college football, my absolute favorite, is back. You have Texas. You have Texas playing Ohio State this freaking weekend. Everyone here's going crazy about it. Well, guess what? How about you watch the ridiculous games and make some money? All right? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your big picks into big payouts. With live betting, all right, rivalry week odds, boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every freaking Saturday, man. Here's something special for first-timers. New to DraftKings customers, bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. All you got to do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Go Texas! In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Hook 'em horns.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
You ever seen that guy? Hey, Kevin, what's that? You know that old school black dude that it's like he's talking to women?
He's the best.
You know, what's
that guy
name?
died, I think.
Yeah.
He's so funny.
Oh, Kevin
Samuels.
Kevin Samuels.
He talks about high value man.
Yeah, the girl's like, what do you think you are? She goes, I'm an 8. He just goes, nope.
Yeah. He goes. Yeah.
He's just like, no, but this guy is freaking.
Yeah.
This is hilarious stuff.
Oh, this guy's great. Did he die though?
Yeah.
See, karma. You gotta treat women right. Gotta treat women right.
I think I
Kevin Samuels died?
Yeah.
From his tie being too tight?
I wouldn't say that we rank. I would use a different word.
The man killed him because he was educating black people.
Which may be a type of ranking. But I mean,
Count him.
I was surprised at that too.
See how happy he got? He was like, yeah, I did it. Got some black points.
other or just your standards?
His disposition is just great. Yeah.
You've been married? No.
Any children?
Well,
when a man asks you to go out, you decide what man you give your information to and what man you don't give your information to. That's a ranking. How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5". Do you care if a man is only 5'6"? Are we dating? That's a ranking.
Well, you just went right on to it.
So there are several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy. So I could take a plumber and have him have an entire business.
Everything this
That's
woman
the way
is.
the mind so I'll make that work for us.
Put your penis up.
What? I don't know what that means, but that is
Kermit the Frog?
That is the illest statement I've ever heard.
You see what you just did?
You
see what you just did?
See how
I gave you a man who's out doing just fine on his own. You got to go make him earn one.
Did he say put your penis up? Yeah. Well, what does that mean? I'm in love with it.
So put the hell out of him.
Yeah. That's what he's talking about.
What does it mean? Wait. Say it like, wait. The podcast? We will take a break until we figure out what put your penis up means.
He's saying like you're
doing like man up.
Oh.
He's saying like you're trying to be a man in this relationship.
That's why you're not a 10. What's it mean? Put your penis.
And I'm going to say that.
Just gonna go home for no reason.
To my wife.
Yeah, I knew what I was gonna say.
Sweetie, put your penis up. Put your penis up.
You only say that when she says sorry.
It's like, no, that's like,
damn, you weigh more than a man? He's savage, huh?
I'm savage. But
Dress size?
Look at him. Look at his disposition. Look at his disposition. He's got Eric face on. Did he just fart? No, yeah. Dude, he has Eric face on.
Yeah. He has that. Because this is, you know why? Yeah. Because he already see the picture of her. Yeah. And he's just like, okay, she gonna talk about what a man. Okay, so what's your? So how tall are you, girl? What's your dress size? What's your dress size? Because he already knows he's 16.
Drop the mic. He just wait to drop the mic. Right. Keep going, Nick.
You not that you get the sound that everybody else gets. Okay, man. So with 5'10", 5'10", hold on, 5'10". Oh no, see, don't tell me what not to do. I've been nothing but hold on.
You about to hit a bitch.
Don't you do that. Don't tell me what not to do on my show. I like to. It's not my fault that you 5'10" and weigh more than the man at your height.
I mean, but as a 5 foot, I can see
5'10" and listen, ma'am, 5'10", ma'am, and I don't care how you carry it or not. The higher up you go, the more you're not gonna be with that man. The women that are around that man making $250,000.
Dude, it's like, so that's such a great visual. He's dropping. I don't care how you carry it. So if you like, I got it good. I'm carrying it. I'm carrying this weight real good. Look how easy I'm carrying this weight.
This guy's a hero, but it's like,
200 pounds.
These things are like really funny.
There are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to date.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're saying, and like, just, I'm not trying to be funny, they're not saying they're hookers.
Right, no, they're
saying
the way men act these days. I should get paid to even go on a date. That's their whole.
So these bitches are single.
Yeah, so before we even go to the date, you're like, I like to take you out. Imagine, I want to take you out. What? Well, I'm telling you,
like that's something like that's not like they do that like in India or some shit. Like a dowry. What's the fucking dowry thing?
Yeah, dowry is crazy. That's a crazy. Anytime you make something transactional, it's not.
Yeah, well, then they'll get mad at you if you make it transactional. If you choose to make it, you know what I mean? It's like, you ate all that sushi, bitch.
Hold on, fellas, what did you say?
You ate all that sushi. Okay, bye. Oh, yeah.
Would you assume if she was like, it's $500 to take me out? I'm like, oh, definitely get my dick sucked.
Well, at least,
you know what's going to really nicely and flirt with me. You know what it is? That's the part that we're not supposed to ever say.
Of course, right.
Yes. But that's the crazy part about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, just anything in reverse. Because it'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Date? We're going to date? Like, oh, you want to go to Noble? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. This is how hookers started. Like, the girl was like, take me out. And he was just like, no, here's some rocks. That's how it started. It's so much easier this way. Put out the middle. You know what I mean? Like, how did because, like, okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just like, I don't want to really deal with this. How about can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? Or the guy doing it like that, just being like, I don't really like your personality, but the titty. Yeah.
The way you carry it.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but anyway, as a guy, you can never, you saw it out. Can you even question what you get for that? You know, it's like, take you on a date, here's $500. Okay, is there a menu? Can I go? What's happening on the menu? Okay, so I have to. Okay, yeah. So the dinner money doesn't come out of the $500 I gave you. So I have to. Okay.
So
that's weird. All right. So
the money that I pay is like burning it.
That would be like you're headed to Vegas and you just throw money out the window before you got there. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I'm going to Vegas.
I just don't. What are we doing? It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to. I genuinely think it's a little weird because like the internet made everything so weird. Like now when you take a woman out, you I guess the guy is still to pay, I think, and
you don't want to offend them.
Well, that's how you're right, but I mean, like,
that's how you raise, man. Listen, my mom, R.I.P. rest her soul.
But something she told me, but she's old school. She said, I don't care how much money a woman makes. I don't care how much. She still want a man to take care of her.
Yeah, and that doesn't even necessarily mean monetarily. That just means period.
Yeah, that's period. Just like,
I understand. Yeah, like,
but it's so it's like, I don't care. I've always been like that. Like, you go in there, you go, I got it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, it's like, and I don't even like somebody that's offended. Like, if you're offended, then no, that's because my thing is like, if you say you're she's like, oh, I can pay my own, like, the pay, bitch. Yeah.
If I get my wallet out, she's like, what do you think? I'm weak? I can't afford it. I'm like, go ahead, man.
But has that ever happened? That's not happened to me.
Like, none of this is real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nobody actually really feels something. You might get a woman that's like, oh, I can pay half. Like, I don't mind.
Like, yeah, he said,
and you go, no, don't worry about it. Really? Yeah, it also depends who you're with and what they're thinking. I just like when somebody just does shit, just do it. Yeah, I went to brunch with Megan Trainor and her brother, right?
This is
slave flags.
She paid. I didn't even know.
She fucking better.
Who you tell her? I was like, it's all about you, what I'm saying is like, even if I'm going out with my friends, I used to do this. Remember when comics would go out to like something? Comics would go out to one-on-one cafe. Yeah. Many times I'd be like, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I would pay the bill, and they'd be like, hey, I gotta go, and I would just leave. I never didn't pay ever. Ever. I would see other comics, and I'd pay for their meals too.
Don't you feel like a bitch if someone, maybe it's just the insecurity, but don't you feel like just a beta, like soft dude if you're out with your buddies and your friends always pay, especially if you can afford it? It's like, no, you don't need it.
Hey, look at my face. Where's the camera so you can see me? No. Well, I always my thing is like, I don't think about it. Because you know what you got? You know what you got? You got my fun at dinner. I was making jokes. Next time we go to dinner, you gotta pay me $600 before we even go to the restaurant. Let's see it. I'm like, double Boston. You make that yourself. Hell yeah.
Abrogated.
Somebody say something slick to you. You punch him in the face. Want me to smack him in his mouth, right? So if I take you on a date and I say, look, man, we gonna go Dutch. Exactly. And we walking up to the car and I don't open your car door, what do you say? Open the door. You better believe it. No, I'm with you. So you make that yourself. I've seen it. That's a great meme right there. I always use it for everything.
I've seen that already, and I love that I got to see it again.
So many. Now he's not giving that same energy now, though. He's with Marvel.
So I think he'll yeah, white girl, I understand. Doing this thing. Does he have white girl? He learned nothing from Shannon. Here's the thing about this, man. This is a kind of concept that, like, when you put it on paper, it doesn't. No, it looks bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it looks bad on paper. Everything looks bad on paper. Everything. That's why they fuck.
It's like baseball.
But I would venture to say that most people think that's okay. Yeah, they do. I think even
99% of society. 99% of society, unless you're just some soft bitch.
who had to get it. I had to fucking get it, dude. But this is how Chris got it. Hi, we gotta come down here. I wanted to do that. She was like, you gotta get it. And I was like, that was a dope. Okay, that shit was crazy.
for
And all I could think, you know what I thought of when I saw that? I was like, man, just let the kids run.
And psychologically,
well, I mean, it's not poisonous, so whatever, but like, still.
So the Nazis
whatever, we took care of it. I got that.
Yeah, but that's part of the deal. Like, this is why you pay. This is why she holds the fort down, because the fucking tarantula, those things are whatever. Of course, let's say an intruder broke in your home.
Yeah, it's me.
Bitch, you're gonna get up and solve
No,
it.
it's me.
No, I got it. I gotta risk my life for the thing.
No, I'm the one that's gonna die.
So make Daddy a Sam.
Operation
I'm gonna die.
Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews.
Yeah.
Before that,
I wake up, I go, all right, who's died first? I mean, it must be like, what a waste. You know, it's like when you're like, you know, I saw a thing that said if you can bench 225, so they're stronger than like 99% of, So imagine if you can't do that and you never get to use it. It's why, like, it's like seriously, it's like if you're a billionaire, you want to just buy shit, right? Come buy the moon because you can. You're ready to use that, you know.
At all times. Did you see that dude running for, what is it, governor of New York? That communist dude? He's just a weirdo. They peer pressure him to bench 135, and he had no shot of doing it.
From this list of
but who cares though, right? Who cares how much a mayor can bench?
No, I do.
He's like, I'm trying to fix the law in the inner city. He's like, oh yeah.
He can bench 135? Oh, we have nothing in common.
It's interesting though what you're saying. It's interesting what you're saying. Hold on.
Just as a man. He was benching 135 in 5th grade.
It is interesting what the thought though, because here's the deal. A guy that isn't interested in physical strength at all. It does mean something about him. It does mean something about that guy. So
there's also liberals in a nutshell. Like,
yeah, no, I understand.
50%, and then that dude's here another 50%.
All right. So this is liberals in a nutshell. Black Lives Matter.
Here is
I missed this fun. What is that?
Destruction.
And those people peer pressure him into bench 135. No, damn well he couldn't. Look at him, just struggle. Oh, I watched this earlier. And you know, I don't know how you brought it up. It's so annoying.
It's already annoying without the volume.
No, get ready. This is some white girl rapping. It's so annoying.
Just randomly came up on my feed. She's so cute too.
Me too.
I think she's got bars.
Unlike the concentration
white girl rappers is one of my guilty pleasures. I follow like 10 of them. But hold on, there are. Because I gotta tell you, it's all whack like this, and I'm there for it. Because they all kind of pretty, and they all rap the same. It's hilarious. But
they were nothing like,
you know, she grew up a certain way. She shouldn't be putting a black scent on. She should be rapping how she talks, just like this. You don't know where she's from. I'm saying, I'm a she's from Atlanta.
That were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews.
There's nothing street about this. That's what I'm saying.
There's nothing street about it. She probably didn't grow up so funny. So she should be like,
it's a kiddie bar.
I'm not saying it's good. Just look at the female rappers. There's one that's really good. She's really good. Wait, is that the one? Yes, that's the one. She's fucking amazing.
Like this girl, this JoJo.
No. Look up JoJo and look up. There's another one.
She's trying to herself.
Yeah, she's
this for me though. Play this JoJo one.
6,000 a day leaving Warsaw, and then when they disembarked, often after
I already don't like
terrifying and horrific long journey as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route. They disembarked in a separate selection where those small numbers of Jews
remember she used to be lesbian and then she went, no, I'm good.
the slave labor camp were
That's the
isolated
best line. She says, I can't pronounce my bars, but I can buy a
the
wolf's
vast
voice.
majority of the Russian Jews were
That is good. She ate right there. She ate. I think she's dancing. This is like the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones that Sierra and Georgiana. Those two are white female. And they're good.
No, the white girl from all that.
This girl's good. That's her right there. And she's like real, like from the ghetto. Because it doesn't look like she's faking it. It doesn't seem like it, at least, but
I'll be the judge of this. I don't like how you guys are acting.
she's good, bro.
It's a horrible take.
I don't know. Yeah, she's always rapping.
Lice from troops. Prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was 6 day.
You don't want to look at one of these. Not this. Well, this is a song more. I know, not this. You gotta look at the one where she's just like got a microphone in there and she's just in the bed.
On the right.
The load of one.
Yeah, go to that one.
Their bodies were sent to crematorium in an attempt to get rid of the other corpses. The day of Pilot.
Let her go.
I feel sick, bro. I feel sick. I don't. Get me Rabbit off my screen.
Nah, she's good, bro. Her voice sounds good.
Very short period of time because they were considered disposable.
And she's, it's interesting. I love this one. I love her. You know what I mean? Because she like, the way she like gets into it. Yeah, I agree.
She's just freestyling right now?
No, I mean, nobody.
I can't hear it in the ear, so I just see a white girl like.
Georgetta, what's good, Georgetta? So she's good, but she does some weird, different shit. But she's good. I like her a lot.
No, you need to go to the white girl from Wildin' Out when she's on Sway in the Morning and she freestyles. It goes so fucking hard.
Really?
Oh, buddy. You gotta educate yourself on white girl rappers if you're gonna come to the table.
I didn't know that this was. Yeah, I love this girl's music. Well, okay, she's got two styles. When she does her chill, like weird elevator music style rapping, it's so good.
Oh yeah.
This is I don't know what's what, but
I wish I could hear it.
This.
If I'm keep playing with me, I'ma smack that lakefront to the lakefront. Can't buy no time with
like this is awesome, bro.
Hey, can I be honest? I feel uncomfortable. I feel
uncomfortable about this. What I was weird about her is her voice does not match her. You know what I mean? Not at all. Like if you closed your eyes and played that, you would not open your eyes thinking she looked like this.
Well, I can't hear it. Describe what she sounds like to me, Eric.
Like Nick. Like if Nick was rapping.
Nick, look up the Wildin' Out white girl.
She's good.
Sway in the Morning.
She's good. She's got a whole style, bro. Yeah. But this is what white rappers have to do, by the way. You know what I can't. This is the thing that I think that's great about like what's happening in society in terms of being able to make money and this kind of thing. I think that, women have an advantage when it comes to like if you have a great talent. Oh yeah, and you look like that.
Justine Valentine, get fucking ready.
That's why I don't want to hear about like how hard it is being a female comedian. Like, dude, like you can get on stage, you can get on every show if you're pretty. Yeah,
What up, Ace?
Or that might be good too. The poster for my show can't be me in a bikini. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's hard to be a comedian. My titties aren't gonna sell people coming to my show.
You'd be surprised. What's tougher, a white boy trying to make it in the NBA or a white girl trying to make it in rap?
Well, the difference is rap's not a meritocracy. Yeah.
Justine Valentine goes hard. I still can't hear it.
I've seen this. Is she a rapper?
Coming on much respect to you. I'm not too familiar with your music, but I got you.
It's fine. Yeah, she killed it. Try.
There you go. Get ready.
I'm gonna let you warm it up right now. Talk about your morning. But she looks comfortable. That's why.
You wake up this morning. Hear the sway in the morning. Let's go.
Yeah. I woke up at 7. I said the prayer to the gods and I prayed to heaven. I'm like, hold on, it's a must I do. Little Kim, I bet you know I got a crush on you. I'm like, hold on, she really a beast. I woke up in the morning, got some toothpaste, I brushed my teeth. I'm gonna see Sway. Tell him I introduced the bitch and never had sticky break, cause that's how it goes. I'm the illest way. I tried to tell you before. I'm like Biggie when I came through, kicking it door.
It's all right. I mean, go to the comments.
Comments can't be good.
Well, my thing is this: I've never seen him do that before. Like give that like such specifics like that. Because most of these rappers that come in here, all their shit is
written.
Go on, stop this. Off the top, unwritten, straight from the Holy Spirit. I don't think I've ever seen confidence is real. I don't understand.
They tried to do her dirty with the beats and changing the tempo, but they really just showed how good she is because she killed it. Holla!
I don't understand anything. I never understand anything. It's getting harder. Welcome to over 45. I know, but it's also getting harder.
Yeah, there's something cringy when white girls rap, and it's not good.
If that governor could like if Gavin Newsom could bench 225, would he get a vote?
100%. 100%. It just means
this guy's like my mom who voted for
it just means he's doing work. It means he's doing fucking work.
You know what though? There is something about what you're saying. You know, it's like because what does it take to be able to bench 225? And if you are somebody that can do that, there's a certain work ethic that you know it takes to get there. And that's what people. But what I'm saying is that's what people are attracted to in all aspects. So it's like people might say, "Oh, that person's with you for your money," and I think, not if it's transactional. I think somebody's with you because of how you got your money. You know, so it's all part of it, right? I'm in town. Massive. What is it?
I've never heard it, but evidently it's a sandstorm.
Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen these.
And it's like fucked up. Isn't this affecting that big event? The
Burning Man?
Burning Man, yeah. If you're over 30 at Burning Man, stop.
No, I think they're under 30 at Burning Man. Stop. 30 Man is for people over 30. Over 40. No, it's for nobody. Don't go.
Harlan Williams goes.
Yeah, I know. He goes every time. Oh, that's this. Listen. At this point, I'm already out. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, if you get there and you're like, "Oh, you can't even breathe," okay, this sucks. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks. Let's go.
Imagine trying to have a drug-fueled orgy in that.
I know. Yeah, true.
I could do it.
That's what it looked like after Brendan's truck. Just a sandstorm. That all sucks. Yeah. I never went. But this is like, you know, we all fly a lot. Well, not Brendan as much anymore, but flew yesterday. Okay, but here's the thing. You don't even think about that you're not going to make it. You know, we just have a thing in our head now. The flight's going to go. Everything's going to be fine. No, I'm saying when something like that happens. No, I'm talking about like the timing of it. I'm saying you just go, I'm going to get to where I need to get. You know, you just don't even think, you know, you got it. And then something like that happens, then it's just like, that is so disruptive to like everything about your life. Your rhythm is off now. You're thinking about, am I going to make it to the show? I'm going to miss my connection? And like, you know.
Eric, aren't you glad you lost weight? Because did you see Southwest made it? If you're big, you have to book two flights now. You have to book two chairs.
Let me tell you something right now. This is my problem with that.
Hot take.
They should be weighing everybody anyway. This is how it should work. You get on a scale with your bags and yourself, and you have a limit. Because here's my problem with it. If you're 380 pounds, and you get on a plane with now a 50-pound bag, all right? You're over 400-some pounds. If Casey and his girl gets on a plane, right, and they have a 100-pound bag, they're going to charge him? Yeah. What? Crazy. Casey and his girl in the bag, that's like 216 pounds total. And you know what I mean? And you're like, I just think that's unfair. I think if you're going to charge for overweight bags, but a big motherfucker can get on the plane, like I'm like, nah. Well, it should be a way. You should pay by weight. No, you should pay by body percent fat. No. Yeah, because it's not because
you're way up.
No, because 6'2", it's not his fault that the guy's 5'6". You know what I mean? If somebody is their God-given, you know, their birth weight, you know, it's different. If you're a fat fuck, okay, you know what? Then okay, you can add that in, fine. Yeah. But that's just, I'm 6'2", I gotta pay the same as a fucking roly-poly 5'4" fat guy? No, he has to pay more. Well, I just think, I'm lean.
I think you should all be a weigh-in at this point because I feel, But the thing too is like,
all 210. It would take too long.
No, it wouldn't. No, it would not because when you go to check in your bag anyway, they make you weigh it. So I'm saying that you would just walk up.
They should just have a policy. I can solve all this. They should just have a policy. No fatties get to fly.
Oh my God.
Or they have fat air.
I'd watch that movie.
It's six people. You can get on a plane with 6 people.
The whole movie is just the planes on the tarmac and they can't take off. No, listen, guys. They have a little thing there for your bag. Does your bag fit these dimensions?
Yeah, man.
You get on the scale, it weighs you, it's real quick.
No, I get it.
No, this would be real quick.
I hear you.
Or just weigh yourself. Like when you check into your flight online, you have to enter your weight.
Yeah, but everybody's gonna be honest. Bitches be lying.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, bitches do be lying.
I'm putting 135 on mine. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Yeah.
No, but I think, but my problem with it was before the system was they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really had a problem with.
Yeah.
It's just about fairness. This has nothing to do with fat shaming or anything like that. It's about fairness.
Well,
They shouldn't be charging for bags like that anyway. But my point I make, again, if you have to pay for a bag that's over 50 pounds, then what are we talking about if the total weight of the person in the bag is less than the fat fuck?
Pay for your gut, too. Yeah. What they literally call it baggage. What's your how many bags you got? And then your baggage? You fat? Okay, it's gonna be $50 more.
I like the body fat percentage, and they just go, okay, well, you're 30% body fat percentage, so
that equals
that's an extra 30%.
Yeah,
whatever the percentage is, it's a percentage. It's the percentage they add on the thing. I mean, I'm with it, man.
I would encourage people if you're over 300, you ain't flying.
Or you ain't flying fat air. Well, haven't you been on an airline where they were like, you ever been on one of those flights where they go, hey, we need everybody we need like some people to volunteer to go to the back of the plane or something. I'm like, if that's an issue, then that's why I say, no, I know, right? Weigh everything in. Person, bags. If you have a couple, you have a 500-pound limit, then it's this amount. If you go over the 500-pound limit or whatever the limit is, it's this amount. But like, watching Casey and his girl suffer. All right.
Well, they should suffer. He deserves it,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this.
They should be upset. But it sucks, man. Even if it's a big, like you're saying 6'2", whatever. I got on a plane one day and it was just, I'm a big guy. This bigger than me guy, they had sitting in the middle seat next to me. And we were just looking at each other like, I was like, oh man, it's going to be a tough flight, huh? And he was like, I know, right? But luckily, the students were like, yeah, they would move you to fat air.
That's good. It also looks cool.
Yeah.
I would get fat just to go on it.
I mean, you talk about the meal on this is going like, I mean, it's like a big.
Welcome to fat air. What do you call it? Pilot's fat too.
They just have like they don't even give you drinks. They just have you open your mouth. Yeah. I would love to fly fat here.
Hell yeah, dude. Look at that.
When he was in the boarding, it's like, all right, we're going to start with Big Bitch.
Jerusalem is declared
fat titties next. It's like,
would you have the stewardess fat too? Would you have the fat pilot?
No, you can't. Because the stewardess got to be skinny so all the people can get on her. It's like a part of it. Where they can be like, tall, skinny bitch, and that's part of it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. They got to race down the aisle.
I was thinking if you had fat stewardess and fat pilots, we fat all around, baby. There's no shame here.
Yeah, except for then you really got to get like a heavy-duty plane.
However,
you just have it like 20 seats instead of 60.
Right. You don't make any money on this. This airline loses money every year.
It's a bad business idea, yeah.
Especially even
or we charge more, or you just charge double.
True, yeah. Yeah, charge double, that's the whole point, right? Yeah, anyway.
Fat air.
I like it. The plane should be fast.
Yeah, fatter plane.
Make the plane have like
Or give the plane a gut.
Yeah, make it plump. You know how the 747 got the thing on the top? This is on the bottom. First class on the bottom, yeah.
And it should always be sweaty, like the front nose should be sweating like a fat person.
This would be great, like motivation. Like I go to the airport and they're just like, "Oh, you can't get on United. You have to take fat. You have to take fat here. We've already put you on fat air. Sorry, because it's like we wait.
You have a connection.
It's the weigh in. I'm telling you,
fat air.
Yeah, it's the weigh in. I'm telling you, you weigh in and you go, oh, I gotta go to fat air. Oh man, that's the motivation for that. There's a fat air walk of shame. Everybody knows that's the fat air terminal. You know what I'm saying? That's great. We need to motivate society. I used to have a joke about it. I said, like, I think the best way to get people to lose weight is, like, everybody has to have a treadmill in their house that's connected to the power grid. And you have to do a certain amount per month of power. You know what I mean?
They figure out how to treat it. They put their dogs on there and shit.
Oh yeah, they figure it out. Just some kind of thing that you're helping power the fucking city. You know what I mean? You've been working out? No, not as much as I should. I've been walking. Damn, man, I don't count that as a workout. Well, I mean, it's good. No, I just been, that's the thing. Listen, I need you guys to understand something. It's
that's it.
Oh my God, bad air, dude.
We're not serving those
treats. Always a party. Imagine it's a whole Thanksgiving table coming down the aisle. How weird that is.
Everybody gets their own grill.
That's so weird. No, but I'm telling you, this is like a Will Smith concert. The hardest thing. Oh, I'm talking about that. Remember that? No, there's something else weird. The hardest thing is like discipline to like not AI. They used AI in the crowd. The discipline to not to when I eat. That is. I see how hard that is. Because like I was mad. We were, the timing. They're gonna bring all this food, and I was like, oh, I can't eat right now. And I was like, oh, I see how what the issue becomes. It's like you just. So I'm just telling you, man. Like I've really been made it fatter. Real discipline. Good. So now I got to get to the Will Smith. I got to get to the workouts now. But no, the Will Smith thing is like if they used AI in the crowd. Hey, listen. This is done. No, this is like your picture on your website. You know what I mean? Yeah. You want to see it? The same thing. Oh, you didn't see this, Riddick?
No.
Man, it's so weird. And just keep watching because it doesn't look too weird yet. So where is this? No way. I mean, it's just the whole thing. Like, obviously, there's some realness to it. Yeah, but just look at the people's faces. Look at. Just watch. Look, if you pause any of that, you'll see they're distorted. But watch. Just wait. Look. Fake. Take us back to Bel Air, dude. Look at the guy in the who's take us back to Bel Air? Who the fuck made a sign like that? Watch these next ones. Look at this one. The best one is that one is the best. This is the best one. Look at the guy. Look at the guy's face, dude. He's sad. You helped me survive cancer. Thanks, Will. This girl's praying like it's like save us, Will. You can make it.
Wait. Did Will post this?
Yeah. Look at you. Oh my God. It says you can make this. Well, you can make it. What's the quote? Everyone said you can make it. Will Smith said you can. That's what helped them survive cancer.
Yo,
if that's how easy
what up, Cluster?
This guy be dead a long time ago.
How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Hello. How was your? What up? How's your day going? All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend? All right, very cool. What kind of videos you watching? All right, cool. Well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. All right, very cool, man. That's neat. What's your favorite video ever? Oh, it's a good. How long is it? It's by Bill who? Oh, okay. All right, I'll have to check this out. What are your other favorite videos? What are your other favorite videos, son? What are your other favorite videos? Word, dog. All right, take your time, big dog. Cool, big dog. What'd you say, pimp? How old are you? No, just tell me how old you are. All right, you sound 65 years old. How old are you? All right, very cool. I sound 65 years old as well. All right, well, guess how old I am. Yes, I did. I said 65 years old. I'm old enough. That's the answer. Excellent. All right, here's Jewish history lectures, big man.
Sideways out. The real fruit is an etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these things. More to say about the Mishnah, please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experiences of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires a discussion. It is an open-ended oral document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, finished, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on many tangents very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating Hazusa or study partner named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called Baraito or Baraisas. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older, they're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that today. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis...
Yeah, this is weird. His caption for this was, my favorite part of the tour is seeing you all up close.
It's like they're trying to make him fail.
Yeah, someone's fucking with him. Love you, Fresh Prince.
And it involves like
So
six generations.
no one, you're going too fast. No, he's doing all right. I'm saying there's so much stuff on the screen that you can point to. Yeah, I know. You know, that girl on the bottom there, that was crazy. There's all the same concert.
Which would be,
I don't think so.
It's not even. It's all the same.
Is he on
there? This is the one. This is the one.
From West Philly to West
faces. From West Philly to West Swiss.
Oh no, the guy's face is all distorted.
I know. It's really weird.
You go into the guy's. Look at that guy. That looks like me, but if I had Downs. Oh, look at the far left. He has a big nose.
All
noses are weird.
Well, there's no speculation. This is AI. So, wow. How does this happen, though?
So there was a significant amount of.
It's so egregious in this day and age, too.
What's he thinking, man? He's probably just like, yeah, you guys run with it. Like, all right.
Maybe the same people that made that Epstein jail footage. Everybody's hiring them now. I just don't get.
The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system.
I don't know. Here's the problem with AI now. Now it's like, even if it is real, people are going to say it's fake. Come on.
20,000 dislikes?
Why would you dislike that? I would like it. You would only like it because you saw everybody didn't like it. But why is this fake?
Why are you in the crowd eating spaghetti?
That's funny. Oh, you know what you should do? You should put us three in the crowd. But the signs are the worst part because they don't. Come on, bro. Nobody's writing
Will Smith on tour.
Well, yeah, not this many people, I don't think. Well, I don't think it was. Was he on? Wait, hold on. Two bad weather people at Paleo tonight will be a storm. What is that?
It's all distorted. It doesn't make sense. It's all fake.
What the fuck, bro? Me with the shit.
Why is there so mad at the sign?
Yeah, look at the fresh. Look at the E in fresh.
It's a 6.
Basically, one shared purpose of trying to understand.
Look at how long the girl's hand and arm is. Dude, this is
literary communities that
really
have a
fucked up.
degree of communication with each other. In the Thomas Bavli, for example,
what the fuck, dude? I'll sit and I'll think about this part for a while. This is the sad part about it. So wait, he's playing in the witnessing the fall. But
he's doing it to himself.
I know. Well, at this point,
they say this over there.
Go down. Okay, go down. Go to the no. Where's he playing? He's playing the O2 Arena. Go down. It says right there. Go click the show. Really had there. Go down. There. Click. like the London one, all right, so he's going to be in the O2 Victoria in Manchester.
Singing what?
Oh, he's got a new album. Yeah.
Oh, does it slap?
Wait, Will Smith can just keep doing all his songs from before, man. I just don't understand. That's a banger. Sure. You do know he was a rapper first, right?
Of course, we all do.
Yeah, but he's got songs. Oh, he's got songs. Yeah, but who's gonna my whole thing?
It's only a European thing. Like Americans ain't gonna fight with this.
Right. There's no way to say
it's like Backstreet Boys. They gotta go international.
Yeah, he's not gonna win an Energy Center at fucking Houston. But go ahead. So go to general admission. So
they're devastating charges.
They don't
allow general admission.
Okay. Wow. Well, and for a good reason. Yeah. And that's just that sucks too that people do that. But what I don't understand is why even do this. I guess I'll never understand.
If you're Will Smith, why are you doing this?
I'll never understand this. You got hundreds of millions of dollars. I will
agree more. He's probably just trying to get the fuck away from his wife.
Can I give my thoughts about it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. When you're someone, I'll be in Salt Lake City, Boise, Idaho, this guy. I'll be
no AI crowd.
Someone is that famous for that long, and at that level, you want that. You never want that to go away. You never want it to go away, and you continuously chase it. But part of the thing of chasing it is how you became that famous. And there's nothing in you that thinks I'm still not that guy. Will Smith is like an athlete that should retire already, like Aaron Rodgers, or you know what I mean, like
Tony Ferguson.
Yeah, somebody that's just fucking great. He's like, I can still do it. I remember at Jordan's Hall of Fame speech, he was like, I still think I can play. Like, he was like 50. He was like, I still want to, I don't want to, he still thinks he can do it. And you see these clips of Jordan in the gym at his camps and stuff, and he's still out there, trying to, you know what I mean? He probably still thinks he can play in the NBA. You know what I mean? Well, that's what made him so good. But that's what I'm saying.
His point.
No, I know. So it's like Tom Cruise is going to go out like that. Tom Cruise is going to die on a set. He's going to die, and it's going to be like, it's going to be me and a bear, and we're going to parachute together, and then, they're going to be like, Tom Cruise died in Mission Impossible with a bear. Yeah. Mission Impossible 15 on a ski ramp with a bear, and you know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it is. But I'm going to be an
Yo, what up?
y'all.
How you living? What up, Ruthless? How you living, pimp? Why not? Am I not? Who? What did they say? Why? Okay, nobody says I have to be out of the server. Who did? Okay, that's not a real person. No, it's not, my friend.
It's kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud have become a value add.
Get your tickets, Oxnard, and I'm also going to be at the Den in Chicago. Come check me out there in the House of Comp. Because it'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Date? We're going to date. Hey, you want to go to Noble? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. This is how hookers start. Like the girl was like, take me out. He was just like, no, here's some rocks. Right. That's how it started. It's so much easier this way. Quite out the middle.
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Show you use the law, just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the code.
it's a hot girl, right? And she's saying the most responsive person I've ever been around was like this super successful businessman that she dated. He's like, and no matter how busy he was like always responsive. And she said, well, how do you do that? And he was like, because it's about respect. And and I firmly believe that. Like, I can't stand when you text somebody and then they just, if they take like forever to get back to you or they're never responding or something, I feel like, actually, it's, oh my God, especially like girls particularly too. Wow. So I'm like, you're not busier than me. You know what I mean? Like, you think you'll never know because I respond. Yeah, I'm just like that with everybody. I just think when people don't respond, I go, it's like, oh, maybe I'm overdoing it, but for me, it's like, no, you don't. I respect your time, so I'm gonna get back to you. Right? You're not. I don't want to hear about. Like, it's an age thing because I come from an era where you had to call people on the phone. You had to you had to actually call on the phone. Like, if I was coming to pick you up, I had to be like, hey, I'm coming at 8, and you had to be ready at 8 because there's no way for me to text you. I had to honk the fucking horn.
But Eric, don't you think it's more of a thing if they fuck with you, they get back to you? But then there's also on the other end of that. I've had friends in my life where I just gotta be like, dude, I'm out. If you need that friend who's always checking in and following up and like I'm your fucking dad, I ain't the one, bro. Well, yeah, but I've lost relationships over that where they're like, like if I get back to him, I'll text him like, hey man, swamped, I'll get back to you, and then 2 days later I call, he's like, what the fuck, like all butthurt, like what the fuck, dude? I'm like, oh, you're out, I can't.
Yeah, but it all depends on who the person is to you. Yeah, I mean, if it's your wife, okay, but if it's like, I hear you. Yeah. I don't subscribe to that. I think that if you have my number and I have your number and I text you, and not just like what he said, like some casual shit, even if it's just like, hey, you trying to find out some information, or even if I'm like, hey, I heard something happen, I hope everything's okay. Like he just said, he goes, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you. Yeah. That's respect. Right. Yep. That's respect. You're like, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you if I can, you know what I mean? Thanks for checking in, Pete. It's like that kind of stuff. I think that's important in life. It's just me. Like, I'm not, let me just say this. No, it sounds like it, but I'm not judging. No judgment on anybody else. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of respect. Because I can't stand when people go, hey, I'm busy. Hey, you not that busy, bitch. Well, that's okay. Yeah. Like, no, but you not. Right, except for... It's a choice. Listen, Chris, it's a choice. I understand. I'm just... nobody's that busy. That's a construct that doesn't exist. No, I understand, but if you're going through, like, something, and you don't respond because things are stressful or whatever, then you write back, or even if you don't write back, that if it's a week later and you say, hey, I was going through something, then that person goes, oh, that makes sense. Hey, thanks. Yeah. No, but that's not what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Because 96% of the time, it's just people being like, whatever. Just being like, whatever with this, whatever. Not respecting your time. Yeah, not respecting your time. That's all I'm saying.
But I also know people who are way busier than me. Like, Rogan's a good example. I usually call him on my way to work, whatever I'm doing. He'll be like doing way bigger shit than me and answer like, what's up, man? And I was just like, I sent a picture of my car. I'm just shooting the shit. And I'm like, oh, dude, I got Trump coming in. Let me call you back. I'm like, oh, you don't have to answer nothing. Yeah, but that's a sign of his respect of your friendship. Yeah, that's what that is right there. That's my point I'm trying to make. It's like it's just a choice people are making. Like we're so casual with how we communicate now with social media and all this stuff. We just kind of swipe and we just kind of like look at stuff and we just are like, this isn't important anymore. And I think communicating with the people that are in your life, in your circle, in your you have your inner circle, you have your whatever your circle out there, and then you have a circle out here, and then you have a circle of people that I just think it's like, well, what's wrong with being like, hey, what's up, or thank you, or whatever it is like that? No, I agree. We're all fucking selfish creatures. I agree. I gotta do better. I hate that. I just hate it. I don't know. Yeah. The reason why I brought it up is like a friend of mine posted this thing, and I was like, I text back. I was like, this is not, you shouldn't be posting this. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, he was like, okay. Yeah, trying to be like, you gotta get back to people. And I'm like, hey, this ain't you, bitch. This ain't you. That's because they don't, sure. I mean, I don't know. I think that we all do it.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I think it's a sign of
It is, but like I like this is what kind of friend Chris is. He's always been great. Like my baby girl's going through more health issues, right? It's been a nightmare. Now Chris, a million people text like. And the only reason it got out is because my wife posted something on it. But a million people could text like, "Oh man, sorry what you're going through." Like I don't respond. I don't respond to that. Chris responded, "Man, heard what happened. Hey, I have a friend who can help out. They're this big pediatrician." So it's like, oh damn, there's a resource that actually is going to improve what I'm dealing with. But if like, hey man, let's talk about it. It's like, bro, for what? You don't have kids. What the fuck am I going to talk to you about? But Chris was like, yo, here's the number. Talk to this lady. Like, she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's a real one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. And of course, I'm not talking about when somebody's like, hey, happy birthday. You don't have to be like, well, thank you. What I mean? I'm talking about when somebody's
communicating. My friends know better to text me on Thanksgiving. If you text me on Thanksgiving or Christmas, hey, man. I'm not 14.
But Chris, let them know. Who texts every Christmas and Thanksgiving?
Eric is the.
Tell them about it.
Tell them about my brother. You must be busy all day. If you're texting my dad and my brother.
Yeah. What's up, Bill?
What up, Bill?
Eric's face on a turkey.
Yeah, you know who I text every year like that too? Anthony Jeselnik. Just because it bugs him.
Yeah.
He just goes, what are you, 6 years old? That's why I run it back and I go, love you too, baby. You know what I mean? It's like, I just, but don't it make you feel good when you see it?
I like it from Eric. I like it from Eric.
Yeah, true.
Well, hold on,
sometimes I wake up, here's another example. Okay, sometimes I wake up late because it's like I've been traveling, I need to sleep in. It's 11, I'll wake up, okay, there's 6 people that have texted me, and I look half asleep, and I legit, like, somebody that I respect a lot, this happened to 4 days ago, or no, more than that, and I forgot to, I guess I didn't even realize he really texted me, and then I go one day, like, 3 days later, I go, oh, fuck.
Oh, yeah, yep, I do that all the time.
That happened in the middle of my sleep. So I wrote it back, and he asked me something legit. He was like, needed my help with something, and I was like, oh my God, bro, I'm totally sorry, and it's all good, but like, that doesn't mean I don't respect this.
You're no longer friends, right?
No,
that
yeah, but just from the guy that like you would go eat with him, and then if you like, if you're 5 minutes, hey, let's meet at 1. You get there at 1:05. He's already ordered and he's already eaten his food.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll wake up to some text, and usually, I wake up so early. I'll respond, but it'll be like 5 a.m. and then they forget because I respond so fast.
Yeah.
It's not a.
I know.
Yeah, but I was busting Rogan's chops because I text him. I said, "Damn, dog, it's like that now, but you've changed." I give him shit. He's like, "But I wake up to like 75 texts and 100 texts a day." He's like, "So it just gets lost in the shovel side, and I gotta go through it." I'm like, "Oh, you're living different." I'll tell you who's great at getting back. Who's great is Theo. He's blowing up all that stuff. Me and Theo would text, probably once every 2 weeks, something like that. But then he realized our lives are very different now because we were texting back and forth, just catching up. And then he called me, but it was 9:30. And he goes, "Damn, came to answer your phone? I didn't see it. I was asleep. I'm in bed by 9. I didn't see it." So I text him next morning at 6, like, "Bro, you called. I'm sleeping. I don't answer your call if you do it when I'm up." We're living 2 different lives, my man.
Yeah. One thing I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out just in general.
Yep.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's like, he might just, I get the phone around, I go, "What's Theo's calling?" And he's just like, "Hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while," that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just go, "Well, that's really great." Not everybody's
nice.
When you're that busy, you're that, like, you got all this stuff going on. I think there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, and until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that you might text, "Hey, what's going on?" They don't get back to you.
My only thing is, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate, and then when we do talk, you're like, "What the fuck, bro?" not catching like.
Oh
you
no,
even
no,
call
no,
me,
no, none of that.
It's like, if I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, like this just isn't gonna work. We're gonna break this thing up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying. There's guys like, no, I've had people in my life who I really cared about.
Because I have my own set of rules. Like, it's like, I don't think you should send me 75 paragraphs on the first text.
Okay.
To me, you gotta check in. You gotta check in.
Callan does that. He'll send a whole 7-paragraph text. I want read-offs go too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something.
Nah, don't do that.
That's what I need.
I don't like that.
I need to check in. I need to check in. I don't need
Don't do that to me. I go crazy Super Saiyan.
You know what? I'm gonna do it right now.
You know what? I like if it's long. I like a nice voice note.
Oh no.
Bro, nobody knows your rules, all right? You don't just fucking keep saying rules.
Bro. An 8-minute voice note. Go fuck yourself.
I won't better than an 8-minute text.
No, it's no, because you can
both
read
of those are go fuck yourself.
Read it at your leisure.
Yeah, but when you get a voice note, you're missing shit. You're just like,
I'm drunk.
And my thing is
He's too loud in my thing. I mean, it's his fault.
Yeah, it's allowed.
Me about it? No. Here's the thing. The voice note, no. Then call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute,
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking. I'm so hot about it.
Here's why voice notes work, because it cuts through the bullshit. It's not, yo man, what are you up to? What are you doing? Voice note, boom. This is what I got going on.
Oh my God,
it cuts the fat.
Yeah. Okay. It's like. Fucking. What about that British girl that had an axe because she was being accosted? When she's 14, it's all over the news. Let's get to something else.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Bring something up, motherfucker.
14-year-old British girl. Her parents sent her with an axe and a blade, and she had to fucking wield it.
Protect herself and her friend from a migrant who wanted to assault them. Good for her. What a little badass.
Dude,
Hopefully she was arrested.
Right, People are saying, though, that she's a hero.
Damn, look at this little...
She's this little William Wallace.
Hey, friend, take the AirPods out, yeah? So you can hear.
Well, watch this guy. Watch what happens. Look, she's just going nuts. Watch this. This is the guy I like. Hey, guy, what are you doing? The guy that just walked by.
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
Because this is bullshit.
What do you mean?
You're walking by. If you see this kind of thing going on, and you can just walk by. The real scene in person, it's not as heightened.
No. I understand.
That's why this guy's like, oh,
I understand.
The little girl's got an axe. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing. Nothing's happening here, man.
No, I bet that guy was like, oh, that girl's
internet
tweaking.
bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe.
Internet
Get me the fuck out of
She
here.
got arrested, and then also there people are using this. This is crazy, but people are really. It is crazy how something like this is used after.
Polarized, of course.
But
Yeah,
they're making her a legit hero. Like, this is the woman we need in our. It's insane what they're doing on that.
Yeah, no, she's doing that. I'm proud of her. I'm super proud of her. I already posted the meme. Yeah.
Well, how about this one? Have you seen these memes that are showing up where a girl is saying, we need to just to date me. You have to pay me $500. To date me, you have to pay me $1,000. Like, see those memes?
Anybody says to date me, you go away the other direction. To date me, how about the thing? Yeah, I know. How about the thing where the lady was like? Did you ever see that one thing where the lady was talking to the camera and she was like, "No, we're not gonna do coffee. We're not gonna do a hangout. We're gonna go to dinner. You're gonna pay. You're gonna do." And then it cuts to her years later, and she's like, "I had to freeze my eggs." And everyone's like, "Yeah, because you're insufferable, you stupid asshole."
But that's a girl also being in on the joke.
What do you mean? She was serious.
It was
there's no joke. She had to freeze her eggs there.
I saw this is like that one of the girl was like, I told my husband, I'm not cooking for you. These are the eggs for me and our kids. If you want eggs, and then the next video was her being like, my husband left me.
Yeah, no. Bro, when women are like, what do you bring to? Somebody was upset because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck is he, dude? You like. And they'll get mad at us
because we talk about how hot someone is, and then it's like, but they also don't want to have to bring anything to the table. So then what the fuck do we get?
Yeah. Well, no, Chris, that's the minority. Those bitches who are like, women power, we work 9 to 5 and we want an award, they want to start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. And they're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking
that's a little bit of a difference. Like, yeah,
good moms.
I understand that. If you're a woman and you want to forego having a family and work hard and do your thing, do your fucking thing. Yeah, but do your thing though. Like, I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot and what do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess? No. Well, it depends how hot.
Well, but here's the crazy part about it.
Though.
Wait, here's the crazy part about it.
I'm a dime. No, you're a dime. Everything together. Yes.
No, you're not a dime.
No, bro. Have you seen my personality? It's crazy.
I know, but your forehead, you get 2 points knocked down.
Dude, everything. Something about me.
You know what? I would say.
I agree, but your forehead and your skin.
But if it was like you have a good pie of stuff.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, that's what a guy needs.
But the looks aren't the biggest part of the pie.
Looks. I would say you're handsome.
But you weigh it. It's a dime. Weigh it. Weigh my pie. It's a dime. Because
disagree.
You put it all together. My attitude, my charisma. You take one of my features and you show it to somebody. You take my feature off of me and you show it to somebody. You go, that guy's gonna be ugly. You put them all together. You go, all right, with the charisma and all this stuff, and it's rich. Then okay. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying now the looks department, okay, whatever. But we're not talking about that. But objectively, if you get a good picture of me, I'm nice looking. I didn't say handsome. I said my nose and the forehead. If you light the picture nicely and you catch me at a good moment or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? What's the I'm saying, like, if I, all right, nice. You know, but another one, hit it. No, I got one. But if you get a weird picture of me, I get it, dude. Hey, you're talking some weird picture. I look hideous. You'd never know he was a 10. You'd never know he was a 10. On a weird pic. But he is.
No one ever would say you're a 10.
Bro, there is no world where you're talking about gay men. I'm talking about women when they see and feel the whole presence.
Okay, I believe that. Hey, you know what? And we know it's documented.
Well documented.
The one that these women is like, you say, "Why well, give you $500 to go out on a date?" Here's this funny part about that. If you give them $500, I say, "Okay, let's date. I'll give you $500 to date." But if you also fly them any place, it's now sex trafficking.
No, it's very crazy. It's very crazy. You're fucked if you're a guy, really.
You know what I mean? All of a sudden now, I just sex trafficking you, and you're like, no, you charged me, so I have to give you $1,000 to date you, but we're flying to Vegas, so all of a sudden now, I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like, that now you're like,
can you imagine a girl, like, if you're gonna date me, it's $500,000, like, where the fuck are your parents? Who raised you?
Oh, she's a hooker. Yeah, you're a hooker. Congratulations, sweetheart. You're a hooker. Congratulations. You're a streetwalker.
Let's take a little break here because college football, my absolute favorite, is back. You have Texas. You have Texas playing Ohio State this freaking weekend. Everyone here's going crazy about it. Well, guess what? How about you watch the ridiculous games and make some money? All right? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your big picks into big payouts. With live betting, all right, rivalry week odds, boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every freaking Saturday, man. Here's something special for first-timers. New DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. All you got to do is go to download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Yo, Texas. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Now, come on.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. in Connecticut. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
You ever seen that guy? Hey, Kevin, what's that? You know that old school black dude that it's like, oh yeah, women, he's the best. You know what's that guy died? I think. Yeah, he's so funny.
Oh, Kevin.
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels.
He talks about high value man. Yeah, that girl's like, what do you think you are? She goes, I'm an 8. He just goes, nope. Yeah. He goes, no, but this guy is freaking. This is hilarious stuff. Oh, this guy's great. Did he die though?
Yeah.
See, Carter got treated women right. I didn't treat women right. Kevin Samuels died. From his time into
I wouldn't say that we rank. I would use a different word.
The man killed him because he was educating black people.
Which may be a type of ranking. But I mean,
I
was surprised at that too.
He was like, yeah, I did it. Got some black points. His disposition is just great.
What exactly
when a man asks you to go out, you decide, okay, give your
first of all, we should understand you don't is beach. There are
that's
two
a rank.
the Jerusalem and the Babylonian.
How tall are you?
They are basically extended discussions
you dated?
by hundreds
that's a rank.
rabbis, occasionally non-rabbis,
So there's several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy. So I can take a plumber and have him have an entire business.
Everything in this
That's
woman
the way
is
that my
massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law.
What? I don't know what that means, but that is the Kermit the Frog. That is the illest statement I've ever heard.
Require additional
See how
I gave you a man who's just $500. You got to go make him earn one.
Did he say put your penis out? What does that mean? I'm in love with it. What does it mean? Wait. Say it like, wait. The podcast? We will take a break until we figure out what put your penis up means. He's saying like it means like man up. Oh, you're trying to man this relationship. That's why I'm not saying. What's that mean? Put your penis. I was going to say that. Just gonna go home for no reason. My wife. Yeah, I knew what I was going to say. Sweetie, put your penis up. Put your penis up. You only say that when she says sorry. That's like, damn, you weigh more than a man? He's savage, huh?
All aspects
I am savage.
experience of the world, both in terms of
Look at him. Look at his disposition. Look at his disposition.
financial lives,
He's got Eric face on.
all kinds of things like that is dealt with.
Did he just fart? No, he's still Dude, he has Eric face on. Yeah, he has that. Because this is, you know why? Because he already seen a picture of her. And he's just like, okay, she gonna talk about what a man. Okay, so what's your how tall are you, girl? What's your dress size? What's your dress size? Because he already knows he's 16.
Okay, man. So 5'10", 5'10". Hold on. 5'10". Oh no, see, don't tell me what not to do. I've been nothing. Hold on.
He's like, hey, a bitch.
Don't you do that?
He also
Don't tell me what not to do on my show.
I like it.
It's not my fault that you 5'10" or way more than you did, right?
Particular sort of.
I mean, but as a
5'10", listen, man, 5'10", man. I don't care how you carry it or not. The higher up you go, you're not with that for women that are around that man make $250,000.
I don't, it's like, so that's such a great visual. He's dropping. I don't care how you carry it. So if you're like, I got it good, I'm carrying it. I'm carrying this weight real good. Look how easy I'm carrying this weight. This guy's a hero, but it's like, he's 200 pounds. These things are like really funny. I just so wait. There are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to date Yeah. Okay, and so, but they're saying, and like, just, I'm not trying to be funny, they're not saying they're hookers. Right, no, they're saying the way men act these days, I should get paid to even go on a date. That's their whole.
So these bitches are single.
Yeah, they say, so before we even go to the date, you're like, I like to take you out. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, I want to take you out. What? Well, I'm telling you, like that's something, like that's not what, like don't they do that like in India or some shit? That's like a dowry. What's the fucking dowry thing?
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's a crazy. Anytime you make something transactional, it's not. Yeah, well then they'll get mad at you if you make it transactional. If you choose to make it, you know what I mean? It's like. You ate all that sushi, bitch.
Hold on, fellas. What did you assume?
You ate all that sushi. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Oh, yeah.
But what you assuming? She was like, it's $500 to take me out. I'm like, oh, I'm definitely getting my dick sucked.
Well, at least, you know what's the attention to me really nicely and flirt with me. You know what it is? That's the part that we're not supposed to ever say. Of course, right? Yes. But that's the crazy part about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because it's like, just anything in reverse. Because it'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Date? We're going to date? Hey, you want to go to another move? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. Yeah. This is how hookers started. Yeah. Like the girl was like, take me out. It was just like, no, here's some rocks. Right. That's how it started. It's so much easier this way. Put out the middle.
So they
you know what I mean? Like, how did, because, like, okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just like, I don't want to really deal with this. How about just can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? And then, you know, or the guy doing it like that, just being like, I don't really like your personality, but it's but you don't care yet. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but anyway, as a guy, you can never, you can even question what you get for that. You know, it's like, take me out of the here's 500. Okay, is there a menu? Can I go? What's happening on the menu? Okay, so I have to. Okay. So the dinner money doesn't come out of the 500 I gave you. Oh, so I have to. Okay. Oh, that's weird. All right. So the money that I pay is like burning it. That would be like you're headed to Vegas and you just throw money out the window before you got there. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I'm going to Vegas. I just don't. You know what we doing. It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to. I genuinely think it's a little weird because like the internet made everything so weird. Like now when you take a woman out, you know, you I guess the guy is still to pay, you know, I think, and you know, well, that's how you're right, but I mean, like, but you know, that's how you're raised, man. Like, listen, my mom, R.I.P., rest her soul. Something she told me, but she's old school. She said, I don't care how much money a woman makes. I don't care how much. She still want a man to take care of her. Yeah, and that doesn't even necessarily mean monetarily. That just means period. Yeah, period. Just like, no. I understand. Yeah, like, but it's so it's like I don't care. I've always been like that. Like, you know, you going out, you go, I got it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you know, it's like and I don't even like somebody that's offended. Like if you're offended, no, that's because my thing is like if you say you're like that. Oh, I can take my own like the pay, bitch. Yeah.
No, just if I get my wallet out, she's like, "What do you think? I'm weak? I can't afford it." I'm like, "Oh, go ahead, pay.
But has that ever happened? It doesn't happen with me. Like
again, none of this is real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nobody actually really feels it. You might get a woman that's like, "Oh, I can pay half. Like, you know, I don't mind."
She's being generous. Like, yes,
and you go, "No, don't worry about it." She's like, "Really?" Yes. It also depends on who you're with and what they're thinking. I just like when somebody just does shit, just do it. Yeah. Example of that is I went to brunch with Megan Trainor and her brother, right?
Slight flags.
She paid. I didn't even know.
She fucking better.
Who you telling? I was like, it's all about Jerry. No, but what I'm saying is like, even if I'm going out with my friends, I used to do this. Remember when comics would go out to like something I'm gonna say? Comics would go out to one-on-one cafe. Yeah. As many times I'd be like, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I would pay the bill and then be like, hey, I gotta go, and I would just leave. I never didn't pay ever. That's what I'm saying. Ever. I would see other comics and I'd pay for their meals too.
Don't you feel like a bitch if someone, it's just an insecurity, but don't you feel like just a beta, like soft dude if you're out with your buddies and your friends always paying? Especially if you can afford it. You know, it's like, bro,
No.
you don't need to do that.
I look at my face. What's the camera so you can see me? No. Wow. Okay. I always, my thing is like, I don't think about it. Because you know what you got? You know what you got? You got my fun at dinner. I was making jokes. You know what I'm saying? If we pay you, next time we go to dinner, you got to pay me $600 before we even go to the restaurant or shop. Let's see it.
What's the sandwich?
You make that yourself. Hell yeah. Your cat. No. Your cat. You had a lot to load it.
When somebody says something slick to you, you punch him in the face. You want me to smack him in his mouth, right? So if I take you on a date and I say, look, baby, we gonna go Dutch. No, exactly. If we walking up to the car and I don't open your car door, what do you say? Open the door. You better believe it.
No, I am with you.
So you make that yourself.
I've seen it. Yeah. That's a great meme right there. I always use that for everything. I've seen that already, and I love that I got to see it again.
Now he's not giving that same energy now, though. He's with Marvel.
No, I think times are changing. Yeah, white girl, I understand. Doing this thing. Did you see a white girl? Yeah. But here's he learned nothing from Shannon Sharp. No, but here's the thing about this, man. This is a kind of concept that, like, when you put it on paper, it doesn't. No, it looks bad. Yeah,
exactly.
So yeah, dude. Yes, you know, looks bad on paper. Everything looks bad on paper. Everything. This is why the fuck.
It's like baseball.
But I would venture to say that most people think that's okay. They do. You know, I think even
99% of society, 99% of society, unless you're just some soft bitch. But the thing is if you put that on paper, it's just like, yeah, the dude always handles the receipt, the payment. That's just what it is. It's like baseball. The secret rules are Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club, we don't talk about. These are dim the rules. Damn the rules, Chris. And you're not a 10, bud. Damn the rules.
First rule of life. There was a tarantula in my fucking backyard.
You want to shut up about it.
Who had to get it? I had to fucking get it, dude. But this is how Chris got it. Hi, we got it. No, I need somebody to come. I wanted to do that, but she was like, "You got to get it," and I was like, "That was a Doberman." Okay, that shit was crazy. Yeah, and all I could think, you know what I thought of when I saw that? I was like, man, we just let the kids run. Well, I mean, it's not poisonous or whatever, but like, still, whatever. We took care of it. I get that. You know,
but that's part of the deal. Like, this is why you pay. This is why she holds the fort down, because the fucking tarantula, those things are whatever.
Of course, right?
Let's say an intruder broke into your home.
Yeah, it's me.
Bitch, you gonna get up and solve it?
It's me.
No, I got it. I gotta risk my life for the family.
No, I'm the one that's gonna die.
So make Daddy a sandwich.
And I'm gonna die. Fucking my friend is in bed like this. Here's what the intruder he goes. Yeah. Finally, I can use this. I wake up, I go, all right, who's dying first? I mean, it must be like, what a waste, you know? It's like when you're like, you know, I saw a thing that said if you can bench 225, so they're stronger than like 99% of, you know. So imagine if you can't do that and you never get to use it. It's why, like, it's like if you're a billionaire, you want to just buy shit, right? You know, can I buy the moon? Because you can. So you're ready to use that, you know,
at all times. Did you see that dude running for, what is it, governor of New York? That communist dude? He's just a weirdo. They pure pressure him to bench 135, and he had no shot of doing it.
Wow. Yeah. But who cares, though, right? Who cares how much a mayor can bench?
Oh, I do.
He's like, I'm trying to fix the laws in the inner city. He's like,
oh, yeah. You can bench 135? Oh, we have nothing in common.
It is interesting, though, what you're saying. It is interesting what you're saying. No, hold on.
It's just as a man. But I was benching 135 in 5th grade, you fuck.
It is interesting what the thought, though, because here's the deal. A guy that isn't interested in physical strength at all, right? It does mean something about him. It does mean something about that guy.
So this is also liberals in a nutshell. Like,
yeah, no, I understand.
You do 50%, and then that dude's carrying another 50%.
All right. No, this is liberals in a nutshell. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives. You know. I didn't hear what it said. I missed it. Fuck. What is it?
This is liberals in a nutshell.
Oh yeah. True.
Why those people pure pressure him into bed to 135 knowing damn well he couldn't? Look at him, just struggle city.
I got a fucking long hair in my neck. So,
I watched this earlier, and you know, I'm glad you brought it up. It's so annoying.
It's already annoying without the volume.
No, get ready. This is some white girl rapping. It's so annoying.
Just randomly came up on my feed. She's some YouTuber.
Me too.
I think she's got bars.
I have a take on this. White girl rappers is kind of my guilty pleasure. I follow like 10 of them. But hold on, there are. Because I gotta tell you, it's all whack like this, and I'm there for it. But hold on, because they all kind of pretty, and they all rap the same. It's hilarious. But you know, if she grew up a certain way, she shouldn't be putting that black scent on. She should be rapping how she talks, just like this. You don't know where she is. No, I'm saying, she's probably from Atlanta, Chris. Fine.
There's nothing straight about this. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing straight about it. She probably didn't grow up street.
So funny.
So she should be like, it's a kitty bar.
I'm not saying it's good. Just look at the female rappers. There's one that's really good. She's really good. Wait, is that the one? Yes, that's the one. She's fucking amazing. Sierra. Let me send you her shit.
But this girl, this JoJo.
No. Look up Georgiana and then look up. There's another one though. Sierra.
Sierra myself.
Yeah, she's
play
great.
this for me though, Nick. Play this JoJo one.
Students of Jewish history, I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in
I already don't like it.
videos has to do with the word Jew.
Well, this is different. Oh, she hates.
Remember she used to be lesbian and then she went good and got a man?
That's the best line. She says, I can't pronounce my R's, but I can buy a wolf's voice.
That is good. She ate right there. She ate. I think she's dancing in front of course. This is not the ones I'm talking about. Look, I'm talking about the ones, Sierra and Georgiana. Those two are white, female, and they're good.
No, the white girl from
this girl's good. Yeah, that's her right there. And she's like real, like from the ghetto. So, but yeah, because it doesn't look like she's faking it. It doesn't seem like it at least. But
I'll be the judge of this. I don't like how you guys are hanging her.
Nah, she's good, bro.
You guys have horrible taste.
I don't know. Yeah, she's always rapping.
And the question of who is a Jew is
You like them cornbread, whisk on the bread, redneck,
you don't want to look at one of these. Not this. Well, this is a song more. I know, not this. You got to look at her. She's just like got a microphone in her hand. You're on the right. On the right. The little one.
Yeah, do that one.
Sure. Let her go. I feel sick, bro. I feel sick. I don't. Get Rabbit off my screen. Nah, she's good, bro. Her voice sounds good. And it's interesting. I love this one. I love her. You know what I mean? Because she like always the way she like gets into it. Yeah, I agree.
She's just freestyling right now?
No, I mean nobody.
I can't hear it in the air, so I just see a white girl like.
Georgiana, what's her name, Georgiana? So she's good, but she does some weird, different shit. But she's good. I like her a lot.
No, you need to go to the white girl from Wildin' Out when she's on Sway in the morning and she freestyles. It goes so fucking hard.
Really?
Oh, buddy. You gotta educate yourself on white girl rappers if you're gonna come to the table.
I didn't know that this was. Yeah, I love this girl's music. Okay, she's got two styles. When she does her chill, like weird elevator music style rapping, it's so good. This is I don't know what's what, but
I wish I could hear it.
This. This is awesome, bro.
Hey, can I be honest? I feel uncomfortable. I feel
What I was wondering about her is her voice does not match her. You know, not at all. Like if you close your eyes and play that, you would not open your eyes thinking she looked like this.
I can't hear it. Describe what she sounds like to me.
Like this. Like if me was rapping.
Nick, look up the wired out white girl. She's got a whole style, bro.
This is what white rappers have to do. This is the thing that I think is great about like what's happening in society in terms of being able to make money and this kind of thing. I think that women have an advantage when it comes to like if you have a great talent. Oh yeah. That's why I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about like how hard it is being a comedian. Like, dude, like you can get on stage, you can get on every show if you're pretty. You know, pretty good. Or that might be good too. The poster for my show can't be me in a bikini. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, it's hard to be a comedian. You know, my titties aren't gonna sell. People coming to my show.
Now you'd be surprised. What's tougher, a white boy trying to make it in the NBA or a white girl trying to make it in rap?
A follower or adherent.
Well, the difference is rap's not a meritocracy. Yeah.
Justine Valentine goes hard. I still can't hear it.
I've seen this. Is she a rapper?
I don't know much respect to you. I'm not familiar with but
you ain't kill that tribe.
Here you go. Get ready.
I'm gonna let you warm it up right now. Talk about your morning. How did you not comfortable? That's why when you wake up this morning, you're the sweat orders.
I woke up at 7. I said the prayer to the gods and I prayed to heaven. I'm like, oh God, it's a must I do. They don't kill my bitch, you know I got to crush on you. I'm like, oh God, she really a beast. I woke up in the morning, got the toothpaste, I brushed my teeth. I'm gonna see Sway. Tell him I am the dude, the bitch that never had any records. That's how the dope. I'm the illest way. I tried to tell you before. I'm like, baby, when I came through, kicking the door.
It's all right. I mean, go to the comments.
Comments can't be good.
My thing is this: I've never seen him do that before. Like give like such specifics like that. Because most of these rappers that come in here, all their shit is written. Stop this. Off the top, unwritten, straight from the Holy Spirit. I don't think I've ever seen confidence this real. I don't understand it.
They tried to do her dirty with the beats and changing the tempo, but they really just showed how good she is because she killed it. Holla!
I don't understand anything. I never understand anything. It's getting harder. Welcome to over 45. I know, but it's also getting harder.
Yeah, there's something cringy when white girls rap, and it's not good.
If that governor could like if Gavin Newsom could bench 225,
I'd vote. 100%. 100%. It just means
this guy's like my mom who voted for our
just means he's doing work. He's doing fucking work.
You know what though? There is something about what you're saying. You know, it's like because what does it take to be able to bench 225? And if you are somebody that can do that, there's a certain work ethic that you know it takes to get there. And that's what people. But what I'm saying is that's what people are attracted to in all aspects. So it's like people might say, "Oh, that person's with you for your money," and I think, but not if it's transactional. I think somebody's with you because of how you got your money. You know, so. Yeah, it's all part of it, right?
That region,
Shame
has
I'm a
descendant.
Massive. What is it?
Never heard it. Evidently, it's a sandstorm.
Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen these.
Even though Abraham is hundreds.
And it's like fucked up. Isn't this affecting that big event?
Burning Man?
Burning Man. Yeah. If you're over 30 at Burning Man, stop.
No, I think if they're under 30 at Burning Man, stop. Burning Man is for people over 30. Over 40. No, it's for nobody. Don't go.
Harlan Williams goes.
Yeah, I know. He goes every time. Listen. At this point, I'm already out. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you get there and you're like, oh, you can't even breathe. Okay. This sucks. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks. There you go.
Imagine trying to have a drug-fueled orgy in that.
I know. Yeah, true. I could do it.
That's what
That's what it looked like after Brendan's truck. Just a sandstorm. That all sucks.
Abraham has a son, Isaac.
I never went. Oh, but this is like, you know, we all fly a lot. Well, not Brendan as much anymore, but flew yesterday. Okay, but here's the thing. You don't even think about that you're not going to make it. You know, we just have a thing in our head now. The flight's going to go. Everything's going to be fine. No, I'm saying when something like that happens there. No, I'm talking about like the timing of it. I'm saying you just go, I'm going to get to where I need to get. You know, you just don't even think, you got it. And then something like that happens, then it's just like, that is so disruptive to like everything about your life. Your rhythm is off now. You're thinking about, am I going to make it to the show? I'm going to miss my connection. And, you know?
Eric, aren't you glad you lost weight? Because you see Southwest made it, if you're big, you have to book two flights now. You have to book 2 chairs.
Something right now. This is my problem with that.
Hot take.
They should be weighing everybody anyway. This is how it should work. You get on a scale with your bags and yourself, and you have a limit. Because here's my problem with it. If you're 380 pounds, and you get on a plane with now a 50-pound bag, all right, you're over 400-some pounds. If Casey and his girl gets on a plane, right, and they have a 100-pound bag, they're going to charge them? What? Casey and his girl in the bag, that's like 216 pounds total. And you know what I mean? And you're like, I just think that's unfair. I think if you're going to charge for overweight bags, but a big motherfucker can get on the plane, like, I'm like, no.
Well, it should be
a weight. You should pay by weight.
No, you should pay by body percent.
No.
Yeah, because
you're way out.
Because 6'2", it's not his fault that the guy's 5'6". You know what I mean? If somebody is their God-given, their birth weight, it's different. If you're a fat fuck,
okay, you know what?
Then okay,
you can add that in, fine.
Yeah, but that's just I'm 6'2". I gotta pay the same as a fucking roly-poly 5'4" fat guy. No, he has to pay more.
Well, I just think I'm lean. I think you should all be a weigh-in at this point because I feel, But the thing too is like all 2 times.
Take too long. Take too long.
No, it would not, because when you go to check in your bag anyway, they make you weigh it. So I'm saying that you would just walk up,
they should just have a policy. I can solve all this. They should just have a policy. No fatties get to fly.
Or they have fat air.
I watched that little shit.
Six people. You can get on a plane 6 people.
The whole movie is just the planes on the tarmac and they can't take off. No, listen, guys. They have a little thing there for your bag. Does your bag fit these dimensions?
Yeah, man.
You get on the scale, it weighs you, it's real quick.
No, I get it.
No, this is
I hear you.
Or just weigh yourself. Like when you check into your flight online, you have to enter your weight.
Yeah, but everybody's gonna be honest. Bitches be lying.
Yeah, bitches do be lying.
I'm putting 135 on mine. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Yeah.
No, but I think, but my problem with it was before the system was they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really got a problem.
Yeah.
It's just about fairness. This has nothing to do with fat shaming or anything like that. It's about fairness.
Well,
they shouldn't be charging for bags like that anyway. But my point I'm making again, if you have to pay for a bag that's over 50 pounds, then what are we talking about? If the total weight of the person in the bag is less than the fat fuck.
Pay for your gut too. What do they call? They literally call it baggage. Call it, yeah. What's your? How many bags you got? And then your baggage.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
I like the body fat percentage. Yeah.
You ain't flying.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan.
We need everybody to. We need like some volunteer in the back. If that's an issue, then that's why I say no. I know, right? Weigh everything in.
I hope you have a wonderful day. God willing, we'll play tonight.
It is. It's this amount. But like, you know, watching Casey and his girl suffer. All right. Well, they should suffer. He deserves it. No. Just period. Yeah, they should. But it sucks, man. Even if it's a big, like you're saying, 6'2", whatever. I got on a plane one day and it was just, I'm a big guy. This bigger than me guy. They had sitting in the middle seat next to me. And we were just looking at each other. Like I was like, oh man, it's gonna be a tough flight, huh? She was like, I know, right? But luckily, that's good. It also looks cool. Yeah. I would eat and get fat just to go on it. I mean, you talk about the meal on this. It's gonna be like, I mean, there's like a big, this big. Yeah. Welcome to Fat Air. What do you call it? Pilot's fat time. They just have like they don't even give you drinks. They just have you open your mouth. Yeah. I would love to fly Fat Air. Hell yeah, dude. Look at that. When even the boarding is like, all right, we're gonna start with big bitch. Fat titties next. It's like
would you have the stewardess fat too? Would you have the fat pilot?
No, you can't. No, the stewardess gotta be skinny so all the people can get on her. It's like a part of it. Where they can be like, oh, skinny bitch, you know, that's part of it. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? Okay. Because they gotta sit down the aisle.
I was thinking if we had fat stewardess and fat pilot, just we fat all around, baby. There's no shame here.
Yeah, except for then you really got to get like a heavy duty plane.
You just have it like 20 seats instead of 60.
Right. I don't make any money on this airline. This airline loses money every year.
It's a bad business idea. Yeah. Or we charge more, or you just charge double.
True. Yeah. Charge double. That's the whole point, right? Anyway, Fat Air. I like it. The plane should be fat.
Fatter plane.
Make the plane have like.
Or give the plane a gut.
Yeah, make it plump. You know how the 747 got the thing on the top? This is on the bottom. First class is on the bottom. Yeah.
And it should always be sweaty, like the front nose should be sweating like a fat person.
This would be great, like motivation. Like I go to the airport and they're just like, "Oh, you can't get on United. You have to take Fat Air. You have to take Fat Air." We've already booked you on Fat Air. Sorry, because it's like we
you have a connect.
It's the way in. I'm telling you,
Fat Air.
Yeah, it's the way in. I'm telling you, you weigh in and you go, "Oh, I gotta go to Fat Air." Oh man, it's the motivation for that. There's a Fat Air walk of shame. Everybody knows that's the Fat Air terminal. You know what I'm saying? That's great. We need to motivate society. I used to have a joke about it. I was like, I think the best way to get people to lose weight is like, everybody has to have a treadmill in their house that's connected to the power grid. And you have to do a certain amount per month of power. You know what I mean?
So that's where we have this.
They figure out how to treat it. They put their dogs on there and shit.
Oh yeah, they figure it out. Just some kind of thing that you're helping power the fucking city. You know what I mean? You've been working out? No, not as much as I should. I've been walking. Damn, I don't count that as a workout. But I mean, it's good. No, I've just been, that's the next. Listen, I need you guys to understand something. It's
that's it.
Oh my God, Fat Air, dude.
We're not serving those
always a party.
Imagine it's a whole Thanksgiving table coming down the aisle. Look how weird that is.
Everybody gets their own row.
That's so weird. No, but I'm telling you, this is like a Will Smith concert. The hardest thing. Oh, I'm talking about that. Remember that? No, this is nothing weird. The hardest thing is like discipline to like not AI. They use AI in the crowd. That's the discipline to not. To when I eat, that is. I see how hard that is. Because like I was mad, you know, we were, you know, at the timing, they said, hey, they're gonna bring all this food, and I was like, oh, I can't eat right now, and I was like, oh, I see what the becomes. It's like you just. So I'm just telling you, man, like I've really been like, you made it fatter, real discipline.
Judas.
Good. So now I got to get to the Will Smith. I got to get to the workout. But no, the Will Smith thing is like if they used AI in the crowd. Hey, listen, this is done. No, this is like your picture on your website. Yeah. You will really see it. Same thing.
Oh, you didn't see this, Britta?
No.
Man, it's so weird. And just keep watching because it doesn't look too weird yet.
So where is this?
No way. I mean, it's just the whole thing. Like, obviously, there's some realness to it. But just look at the people's faces. Look at. Just watch. If you pause any of that, you'll see they're distorted. But watch. Just wait. Look. Fake. Take us back to Bel Air, dude. Look at the upper guy in the. Who's? Take us back to Bel Air? Who the fuck made a sign like that? Watch these next ones. Look at this one. The best one is that one is the best. This is the best one. Look at the guy. Look at the guy's face, dude. He's sad. You helped me survive cancer? Thanks, Will.
This girl's praying like it's like, save us, Will.
You can make it.
Wait. Did Will post this?
Yeah. Look at you. My God. It says, you can make this. Well, you can make it. Well, what's the quote? You can make it. Everyone said you can make it. Will Smith said you can make it, and that's what helped him survive cancer? Bro, this guy, if that's how easy it is to fucking get motivated, this guy be dead a long time ago.
Yeah, this is weird.
His caption for this was, my favorite part of the tour is seeing you all up close.
It's like they're trying to make him fail.
Yeah, someone's fucking with him. Love you, Fresh Prince.
Like, you're going too fast.
Nah, he's doing all right.
I'm saying there's so much stuff on the screen that you could point to.
Yeah, I know.
That girl on the bottom there, that was crazy. There's all the same concert?
I don't think so.
It's not even. It's all.
Is he on
there? This is the one.
From West
Philly to any of these faces.
This is the first video you're watching.
From West Philly to West Swiss.
Oh no, the guy's face is all distorted.
I know. It's really weird.
You go into the guy. Look at that guy. That looks like me, but if I had Downs. Oh, look at the far left. He has a pig nose.
No,
all their noses are all weird.
Well, there's no speculation. This is AI. So how does this happen, though?
Look at the guy.
It's so egregious.
Yeah, this day and age, too.
What's he thinking, man? He's probably just like, yeah, you guys run with it. They're like, all right.
Maybe the same people that made that Epstein jail footage. Everybody's hiring them now.
I just don't get.
I don't know. Here's the problem with AI now. Now it's like, even if it is real, people are going to say it's fake.
Come on.
20,000 dislikes?
Why would you dislike that? I would like it.
You would only like it because you saw everybody didn't like it.
But why is this fake?
Why are you in the crowd eating spaghetti?
That's funny.
Oh, you know what you should do, Nick? You should put us three in the crowd.
Look, the signs are the worst part because they don't. Come on, bro. Nobody's writing
Will Smith on tour.
Well, yeah, not this many people. I don't think.
Well, I don't think it was. Was he on?
Wait, hold on. Bad weather people at Paleo tonight will be a storm. What is that?
It's all distorted. It doesn't make sense. It's all fake.
What the fuck, bro?
Expose them to a lot of legal disabilities.
Shit.
Why is Chris so mad at the sun?
Yeah, look at the fresh. Look at the Ian Fresh.
Christianity was recognized.
It's a six.
Afterwards, it would become
This is
state religion of the empire.
look at how long the girl's hand and arm is. Dude, this is
after the emperor Constantine.
It's really fucked up.
Circulated. That would have a distinct
What the fuck, dude?
Judaism.
I'll sit and I'll think about this part about a while.
This is the sad part about it.
So wait, he's playing in that witnessing the fall.
But he's doing it to himself.
Well, at this point,
But what I'm going to focus on.
well, go down. Go to the no. Where's he playing? He's playing the O2 Arena. Go down. It says right there. Go click the show. No, it had it, there. Go down. There. There. Click like the London one. Click the London one. Band it down. All right, so he's going to be in the O2 Victoria in Manchester.
Singing what?
Oh, he's going to do Outline.
Oh, does it slap?
Wait, Will Smith can just keep doing all his songs from before, man. Yeah, just don't understand. Like, that's a banger. Sure. You do know he was a rapper first, right?
Of course, we all do.
Yeah, but he's got songs. So he's got songs, yeah, but who's going to my whole thing?
It's only a European thing. Like Americans, they get right with this.
Right. There's no way this
It's like Backstreet Boys. They got to go international.
Yeah, he's not going to be the Energy Center at fucking Houston. But go ahead. So go to general admission. So
They have a seating chart.
they don't.
Still out in general.
Okay.
So what's going to be
Wow.
Well,
relevant for us today is
for a good reason.
Is it be all?
Yeah. And that's just that sucks too when people do that.
But why? Well, what I don't understand is why even do this. I guess I'll never understand.
If you're Will Smith, why are you doing this?
I'll never understand this.
So we've already talked.
You've got hundreds of millions of dollars. I will.
Can agree more. He's probably just trying to get the fuck away from his wife.
Can I give my thoughts about this?
Yeah, please.
Okay. When you're someone, I'll be in Salt Lake City, Boise, Idaho. This guy, I'll be in
No AI crowd.
Someone is that famous for that long, they don't know at that level. What you want that? You never want that to go away. Like you never want it to go away, and you continuously chase it. But part of the thing of chasing it is how you became that famous. And there's nothing in you that thinks I'm still not that guy. Will Smith is like an athlete that like should retire already, like Aaron Rodgers, or like you know what I mean, like
Tony Ferguson.
Yeah, somebody that's just fucking great. I can still do it. I remember at Jordan's the Hall of Fame speech, he was like, I still think I can play. Like he was like 50. He was like, I still want to. I don't want to. He still thinks he can do it. You see these clips of Jordan in the gym at his camps and stuff, and he's still out there, like trying to. You know what I mean? He probably still thinks he can play in the NBA. You know what I mean? Well, that's what made him so good. But that's what I'm saying.
His point.
I know. So it's like Tom Cruise is gonna go out like that. Tom Cruise is gonna die on a set. He's gonna die, and it's gonna be like it's gonna be me and a bear, and we're gonna parachute together, and and they're gonna be like Tom Cruise died. Mission Impossible with a bear. Yeah. Mission Impossible 15 on a ski ramp with a bear, and
they would eventually be.
you know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it is. But I'm gonna be in Oxnard, y'all. Oxnard coming up in a couple weeks. Get your tickets, Oxnard. And I'm also gonna be at the Den in Chicago. Come check me out there. In the House of Comedy in Minneapolis. I got shit going on. But keep your fingers crossed, guys. I need some good energy from everybody. I had a Joe movie audition. Oh, cool.
Where'd they go? Sick.
Really don't director. Oh, really?
Hell yeah.
And the guy walked in, he was like, I really loved you, and I'm dying up here. And oh, wow. Oh, this guy's a fan.
He's like, I love you on Golden Hour.
Yeah. So he's like, so I'm thinking for Mr. Potato Head.
We're doing a live action Mr. Potato Head.
You're gonna have to cut your legs off and only use your feet. We're gonna paste them to the bottom of your belly. And we're gonna put your arms on your head. Thanks for watching Golden Hour. Bye.
See ya. Later, dudes.
I'll text you. You better respond.
I am.
This is your last freaking chance.
That begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that come together to make up the body of learning.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
4th century, there's some scholars who suspect that the
Very nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you. Thank you for doing this. Really appreciate it. Tell everybody what you do. Tell everybody what your official position is. You're a professor at the School of Medicine, Stanford. What do you do? So my day job is in cancer research and cancer biology, mostly immunology and cancer. Much of what my laboratory does is not so much the biology of cancer, but developing instruments that create the data that allow us to analyze the complexities of how the immune system interfaces with tumors and how tumors basically enable the immune system to help the cancer itself. So the problem's been we don't have the ability to collect enough data, or not so recently, to collect and understand what all of that means. So we've been kind of poking in the dark for decades, and so probably for the last 20 years I've developed a number of instruments and turned them into companies that allow everybody to access a level of information they couldn't get before. So, explain that the immune system allows the tumors. So what happens is that there's a dance between the mutations that initiate a tumor, and then sort of an evolution of how the tumor eventually learns how to trick the immune system to not recognize it. So we have all kinds of literally every day, every person will develop 5 cancer-like objects inside of your body, but the immune system and your body has a way of shutting it down very quickly. But with enough time and with enough variation, tumors will eventually evolve in a way that trick the immune system not only into not recognize them, but in fact to help them and feed them in a way to create an inflammatory environment that actually then the tumor uses to propagate its own cell division and then metastasis. So it's a normal function of natural human biology to create tumors. It's not so much a normal function, it's a byproduct of what evolution is, that when the genes mutate when a cell divides, or if you go out and stand in the sun too much, for instance, you get skin cancers because you're getting ionizing radiation that's changing the DNA, making a mutation, and some of those random mutations will initiate a cancer. So for instance, I have a mutation called MID-FE318K. It's a mutation that I was born with. It wasn't in my family, and it causes both melanoma and kidney cancer, which I've had both. I've had a dozen melanomas alone. We didn't find that out until a couple of years ago, but I've been following it over the years, and we basically figured out, okay, it's going to have to be this, and we have my genome sequenced. But that's just one of hundreds of different kinds of mutations that can occur that are on a path towards creating a cancer. But cancer can't survive if the immune system recognizes it. So eventually what happens is there's this detente that is reached between the immune system and the cancer, where the immune system basically ignores the cancer. So Jim Allison here in Houston won the Nobel Prize back in 2018. For understanding one of these turn-off signals that the immune system that the cancers use to turn off the immune system, and that by showing he could block it, his wife, Pam Sharma, ran a bunch of clinical trials at MD Anderson that showed, in fact, that this could actually turn a 5% survival disease in melanoma to a 50% survival. And that then created the whole immunotherapy field that the world is taking advantage of today.
Wow. So
what is cancer actually doing? Like how do tumors develop this ability to trick the immune system? Is this something that other animals have?
Oh yeah.
So it's a constant battle. So for instance, there are proteins on your cell surface. I won't get too ontologically deep about it. They're called major histocompatibility complex proteins. So for instance, if I were to try to just randomly do a tissue transplant from me to you, it's very likely that it would be rejected, and it's because of those MHC proteins that it's rejected. What's happening is that your cells are presenting your internal cell biology to the immune system, and it's saying, okay, you're a friend, not a foe. So when cancer usually initiates, there are disruptions that happen, proteins are made incorrectly, etc. And so what these MHC proteins are doing in some cases is they're presenting the internal damage to the body, and the body's saying, oh, there's something wrong with this cell, we better wipe it out and kill it. These same proteins are what the immune system uses, for instance, to go after viruses. So when you get a virus infection inside of the cell, the body has a way of chopping those proteins up inside of the cell, presenting it via MHC, and then the immune system attacks it. So one of the first things that actually tumors do is they learn to turn off the MHC proteins inside of themselves. So the ability to show that I'm damaged is shut down. And so the immune system doesn't go on full alert for that. But then there are other mutations like divide when you're not supposed to. Avoid this kind of induced cell death called apoptosis, and not others. And so cancer doesn't just start and the next day you've got it. It's a progression of events. You have these precancerous lesions, you have a benign tumor which eventually becomes a metastatic tumor. And so the immune system is key at every stage of the development, because if you can reactivate the immune system in just the right way, then you can prevent the cancer from basically spreading, or from metastasizing, or from killing you, essentially. Is there a potential for, given the understanding of this, is there a potential for using this for organ transplant patients where it locally would stop recognizing this as a foreign
That's exactly
what is done. In fact, when you get a tissue transplant or an organ transplant, you're suppressing the immune system. The problem with that suppression is that you then put yourself at risk of cancer, because what you're doing is you're turning off the immune system's ability to combat and go after a cancer the moment it forms. So most people who are under immune suppression are at risk of let's say, virus infections, bacterial infections, but also further cancers. So would the potential be to turn that off locally, so you could turn that off on the specific organ?
That would be a great thing to do if we could. Right now, the only things that we have are systemic. So yeah, I mean, for instance, if you could deliver to the organ that you're transplanting basically immunosuppressives locally, that would be great. We don't have that yet, but that would be via a form of gene therapy.
But the problem would that be that if you, let's say you had a lung transplant, if you had a lung infection, it would be catastrophic.
You want to come work in my lab? You're accepted as a graduate student in the Stanford Department of Pathology.
I have a few friends that have had organ transplants, and it's very disturbing knowing that they're so vulnerable to any kind of infection because of these medications that they have to take in order for their body to accept the transplant.
One of the problems is that there are literally hundreds of different types of immune cells, and really until recently, and frankly until a technology my lab developed about over a dozen years ago, we couldn't look at all of the immune cell types all at once in a single picture. So I came from a laboratory, Len and Lee Herzenberg, when I was a grad student at Stanford, and they had developed an instrument called the fluorescence activated cell sorter. And that allowed you to look at 3 proteins at a time, and if you could know ahead of time what the cell types were that expressed the proteins that you were interested in, you could look at just those 3 cell types. Then I came up with a way to look at
50 or 60 proteins at a time, sort of stepping up what they had already taught me how to do. And then suddenly that gave us the ability to look at nearly every cell type in the body, and immune cell types. And then that gave us the raw data to build mathematical models that we could do better predictions of what outcomes would be.
And how is that, what are you applying in terms of like real world scenarios? How are you applying this?
Well, so for instance, there's a kind of leukemia called the AML, acute myelogenous leukemia. It starts in the bone marrow. And it is a distorted version of a myeloid cell type. It starts as a stem cell, and that stem cell goes down a number of different paths. And depending upon the person, the disease is sufficiently different that it might follow a slightly different path towards what becomes the disease itself. And so being able to trace the path and to know which steps along the way that it takes to become what becomes then the metastatic leukemia could only be accomplished by having enough markers that allowed us to trace everybody along the path. It's kind of like if I wanted to follow you from who you are as an egg through development through to who you are today, and I had snapshots every month, I need different markers to measure what you are as an egg versus what you are as a baby versus what you are as an adult. And so each of those different markers in my world would be different proteins that tell me something about an adult leukemia versus a baby leukemia. And then we use something called pseudotime, which is a mathematical concept that allows us to stitch together those photographs. I could take a random box of photos of you from an egg to who you are today, and I could just by hand put together the most likely path and sequence of what you were from the earliest to the latest. But we needed the data and we needed the means and the instruments to collect that information so that then the math could come to play.
That's such a fascinating thing about human beings is the biological variability. Is that everybody is we're so the same, two lungs, a heart, but so different in how our body reacts to things and what happens to us and environmental factors, diet, stress, all sorts of different factors. And you're kind of piecing together this puzzle, right, of all these things.
But what you're doing is you still have to pay homage to the fact that those differences exist. And so while, my cancer might be the same class of, let's say, melanoma as another person's, the complexity of what allowed that cancer to become are so different that the drugs that would work for me might not work for another person. And so that's what it requires us to personalize the medications in a way that gives the right drug to the right person. So I've started probably half a dozen companies and sold them. Places like Roche, etc. Actually, my most recent company we sold to 10x Genomics, which enabled us to make them now, because of the patent I created back in 2011, to scale up the amount of information that we can collect at a time that then when layered on top of what, for instance, 10x Genomics already did, which is doing what's called single-cell genomic analysis, we could scale that up 100-fold to get 100-fold amount of information. But the problem with that is that I can collect all that data and make an analysis of a cancer for you, but it might be a little bit different than another person. So what we have to do then is develop techniques that allow us to narrow in on what the differences might be, so that when I develop a drug for person X, it works for person X and not for person Y, right? The right way. So there's a lot of personalization in medicine that is required. The diversity that makes humanity great and that makes humanity able to survive in the face of some challenges is that there are individual differences that one person might survive and another won't. It's the same thing with cancers, and it's the same thing with drugs. For instance, with certain drugs, one of the first things I learned in pharmacology when I was, way back in the day, is that there's always a benefit to damage ratio that you're having to deal with. That the drug has a positive outcome, but there are side effects. And so, as scientists or as clinicians, we make a choice based on the statistics. Who will benefit the most, and will it benefit the most? But by the way, there's all these side effects that might affect you. Overall, globally, 60% of people will survive. But since I don't know anything more about your specific disease, I am, by law, required to give you the 60% drug until I know or can distinguish that your disease is a different subclass than the 60%. And that's, in fact, a lot of what pharmaceutical companies are doing is they're trying to marry a diagnostic to the disease itself, the disease subtype itself, so that if you can show that 90% of the people of this kind of subclass will survive, you have to, by law, choose that diagnostic to make sure that the person doesn't have the subclass before you give them the 60% drug. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it does. The narrative has always been, over the last few decades, stay out the sun. But recently, people started saying, no, it's actually, you need to become accustomed to the sun, and the real issue is people using sunscreen all the time and then going out and getting burned. Obviously, your situation is very different because you have a specific gene, and I'm Irish. Yeah. That's the problem, right? Yeah. The genes of the people that lived in cloudy-ass places, right? Exactly. For thousands of years. And my mother, when we were kids, when I was 64 years old, so when I was a kid, made some of me, and oh, yeah, baby oil, whatever. Everybody did baby oil, and everybody got barbecued. Yeah. Plus, I worked in the fields as a kid for farm labor, and that's not good. That was the burning. That's the real damage to the skin, and then it manifests itself as cancer for later in life. Right. There's all these subtle, let's call them smoldering mutations that are waiting for a second or a third hit to occur, or for instance, you get old enough so that your immune system is kind of going wonky, and it no longer is able to take care of something that 20 years ago would have been able to heal. Right. Heal perfectly well. That makes sense. So is there any, this narrative that you need to be in the sun more and that just don't get burned, is that reality? Well, it depends on who, for someone like me, no. But there are positives, obviously, for the sun. I mean vitamin D, as an example. But there are also, resetting your clock in the morning rather than taking melatonin at night. Going just, in a bright, use glass to shield out the ultraviolet and get some bright light. It's the UV, it's not light. So for you don't ever just go sit in the sun, not anymore. No, but I was the melanoma because I was an idiot when I was a kid, and I would go use tanning beds because I thought it was one of them tan. And I did tan back then, but you don't really want to see those anymore, do you? No, you do. Maybe like Seattle. Some people do. Yeah, there's, I think there's obviously there's benefit to life. I'm not saying don't go out and do it, and I think as well there'll come a day. I was just talking with some friends of mine at dinner last night. Is maybe with things like CRISPR, I could have a CRISPR ointment on my body and fix the single point mutation in my skin, and then I could enjoy the sun again. Is that really potentially? Oh yeah, I think we're far away.
So it really makes me the process that I work on too. So that's going okay, but the last year has been hiatus because a lot of changes in my personal life. And of course, the amazing office is that October 7th application for anyone. Is real. That's really required to spend a lot more of my energy on videos of different topics, but let's hope that situation is resolved as possible in acceptable ways for all parties and return to peace and prosperity and peace for every population, especially a return of the hostages. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up not in sequence, but let's pick up from the second or third century, and especially I want to look at the fourth century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking about. So let's go to that period. Now look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There are massive deportations after the Great Revolt in 1870. Masada and a couple years later, but was really by the time the temple formed in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of Jews spreading throughout the entire region. That's in addition to the large numbers of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even a growing population. Starbursts in their map are especially important because they show very important centuries of Christian activity, because of course Christianity will be growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, he had traveled throughout the region, proselytizing for the crusade. He would typically go quite frequently to Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well any sort of fellow travelers who were, drawn perhaps originally to Judaism. They're very different, very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism included, for example, circumcision, dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers, but the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around those Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the 4th century, the 2nd century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea, Syria, Palestine, that's the entire region from what we would call today Israel into the region of Lebanon and Syria to the Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into 3 parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, Palestina the first, the second, and the third. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the populations that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestinae, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina, where a lot of Jews had fled in the So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Romans. So we have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up to 74. You have the Ethos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba revolt, just mentioned, and then in 351, you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority in the region, and often followed up with significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julius, who was known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back to the temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that with the rise of Christianity, that the all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power. So it really didn't come to anything to rebuild the temple, basically, to live. Overall pattern of ascendant church and the synagogue or Judaism in decline in political, social, and economic status. That's the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the patriarchate in Hebrew, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community. After the destruction of the temple, there is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the west, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century. The city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where we have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a depression of the rights, political, social, and otherwise of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their redecoration as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages, as it were. I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. The Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and move forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted.
Honestly, people who say 5 years is sort of like this horizon, but I know people who are already developing systems for delivering genes, RNA to cells, that's a Jewish word, in some, but there are formulations of RNA that probably won't be as problematic as some of the things that maybe
the COVID vaccine might have done.
Right. Yeah. RNA right now, you're saying people punch.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, your cells are full of RNA. So, I mean, you can't get away from the fact that your cells are full of RNA.
It's just the messenger RNA.
But it's also the means by which they delivered it. Right? I mean, the means by which it was delivered was a formulation of a nucleotide that by itself was meant to be something called an adjuvant. An adjuvant is something which activates the immune system you want. And when you get a vaccination, you are co-injected with something that hyperactivates the immune system to say, come hither. Right. And most of the pain that you get from an injection is not the vaccine itself, it's the adjuvant.
Right. This episode is brought to you by Onyx Hunt. Hunters, listen up. Millions of hunters use the Onyx Hunt app, and here's why. It turns your phone into a GPS that works anywhere, even without cell phone service. You'll see exactly where you are, every property line, and who owns the land. You can connect your cellular trail cams, drop custom waypoints, dial in the wind, and a whole lot more. Whether you're chasing elk on public, finding the back corners of your deer lease, or knocking on doors for permission, Onyx Hunt gives you the knowledge and confidence to make every hunt more successful. No more second-guessing boundaries, wasting daylight, or wondering what's over the next ridge. You'll know every single step. The best hunters aren't lucky, they're prepared. This is how you get there. So before your next hunt, get Onyx Hunt, download it today, and use the code JRE for 20% off your membership at onyxhunt.com. And so the problem with this was that it turned your whole body into like a spike protein factory.
Yeah, well, at least locally. Yeah, no, I've read some of the work.
But not always locally, right? Because they didn't aspirate with a lot of people.
Yeah.
They were really aspirated, but they didn't with the president on TV.
But if you get infected by a virus, it's all over your whole body anyway. So it's whether the spike protein itself was problematic. And so, I know Illinois somebody one side or the other by saying anything around this area. And I'm not here to cause any controversy, but your immune system works. But if you can trick your immune system into getting ahead of the game, then that's a good thing. The question is, back to this cost-benefit ratio, is the benefit to a larger statistical population worth it? Knowing that some people are going to be hurt by it or not? That's the question. So, for instance, back to cancer and vaccines, there's a number of cancer vaccines that are coming down the pipe. That, for people like me, would be, given that I get something chopped off of me 4 times a year, really? Oh, yeah, you should see me. I look like I've been in a war zone. Some people say, oh, that's hot. And that's the deal.
Wow. Someone's into cutters? Yeah, exactly. So that's so fascinating. But is there another way that could potentially deal with those things other than cutting them off, or is that the only way to remove it from your system?
Right now, it has to be cut off.
So the issue is that once the melanoma, once these lesions are on your skin, they will expand.
Yes. Luckily, most of mine are what have been called surface spreading, although one of mine was what's called a nodal, which basically dives right in, and believe it or not, my dog found it. I was sniffing at it on my arm. Really? It started scratching at it, and it stopped bleeding. I'll show you the scar.
What kind of dog is that?
It was 15 years ago. He was a Pomeranian. But you see the scar there.
Oh, that's crazy.
And it wouldn't stop bleeding, so I went in and looked at it, and they said another week, and it would have metastasis.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a great dog.
He was great. Yeah, he was great. But there are so for instance, if you can catch most of these cancers early, then that's what's important. So I think probably one of the most important
let's say, changes to our medical system that could be initiated would be, frankly, the use of things like MRI, not CT scans, because CT scans are known to cause cancer, which is so crazy. Yeah.
Like, when did we figure that out?
I mean, there was a big study just published recently that said, here's what happens to people once CT scans were implemented, and you see this spike in, I mean, again, it's this cost-benefit ratio. If you didn't have it, certain people wouldn't have, wouldn't know that they have a giant tumor in their brain. I mean, so for instance, I had, when I had kidney cancer, I was actually at a restaurant with friends doing business too, actually, and I went to the bathroom, and it was blood. And I said, okay, we got to the emergency room now. And then they did a CT scan, and they see this, the brachial tree around my kidney was just a big diffuse mess, and they came in and said, you've got cancer.
Did you have to have your kidney removed?
Yeah. It was, but it's okay. I'm alive. It's nice to have two of them. Yes, exactly. I'm alive, but this early detection is important. When I was lucky that it hadn't metastasized yet. It was a complete clear cell renal cell carcinoma. But so surveying the body and these companies that are out there right now, which do it, I think are really important because people are young and you have no suspicion you're going to have cancer. Having that baseline against which you can compare changes is important because I can do, for instance, a CT scan or an MRI. Lots of little anomalies. And they're generally at a field called phantomas. They're objects that may be worrisome, but we won't know that they're worrisome. And pretty sure you're not going to go biopsy of them. You have the lead to your chest. People pick on a piece of it. But if I come back 6 months and it's changed, then maybe it's something we need to go after, more seriously. So getting those kinds of regular scans, I think, is probably one of the more important things that can be done, but not by a CT scan.
Which is crazy because we're doing them for so long. They still do CT scans though because it's necessary. It's the only way. Right. Just letting you know what's might cause cancer. It's just like,
yeah. But maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a local antioxidant, and I'm not saying there's something like this is a bit of a naive statement, but if you could do that locally to the area that's being imaged or to the whole body, then maybe CT scans could be lessened in their problematic outcomes. I would say innovative and hopeful, or but naive. Yeah, I don't think it's naive because you're recognizing the issue. Right, thank you.
Well, this was also a problem with X-rays, right? Like X-ray technicians, like I've seen some of those images of people's hands because the technician used to have to use their own hand to check to make sure that the X-ray was functional. And over the years, they go, "Hey, what the fuck is wrong with my hand?" And then they realize, "Oh boy, right, yeah."
Well, it's interesting because what's happening with X-rays or CT scans is a fast forward of the kinds of random damage that causes cancer in the first place. And so because it's random, but let me kind of go back a little bit as to why does cancer happen in the first place. So let's go way back in evolution to the first time that there were single cells versus the first time that two cells met each other and said it was better to join forces and cooperate rather than to divide at each other's expense. So in the process of that happening, those two cells came together, or three or four cells. They basically said, together we're better than alone. But there were actually social compacts and contracts that at the genetic level were being formed between all of these cells. And so as things got more and more complex, more and more complex contracts were formed, to the point at which what could happen is that any one of them breaking of a complex contract could actually then initiate a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than we thinking of cancer as being a forward progression in evolution, it's actually another way to think about it is that it's a devolution back to the core fire of the desire to divide. And so by breaking the contract, by breaking the controls on the system, cancer is allowed to blossom. So the problem is that every tissue type, whether it's lung, or brain, or whatever, has a whole different ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. And so there's no one-size-fits-all drug that will kill off all cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring in a lawyer and fix, agricultural contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's the, you have to have a flexible enough mindset, because if you get stuck in this, it's a forward evolution, as opposed to it's a breaking of contracts. You might miss out on an opportunity for how to develop a therapy or a drug that would help people.
One of the things that I wanted to ask you, I don't even know if you know anything about this, but is there a connection between IVF and the amount of, because you have to take some pretty extreme hormones and a lot of stuff that women have to take. Is there a connection between that and hormone-related tumors?
I honestly don't know, so I don't want to opine on behalf of my colleagues. Emails tomorrow. Scolding me.
Okay, good. Well, glad you answered that way. I was told by someone who I really trust that there is, and then we tried to Google it and it said there's not, but that's not surprising.
Probably there hasn't been the right kind of study yet, and if there is not, there should be. I mean, certainly any hormonal imbalance is not a good thing. You need balance metabolism of the system. I mean, so for instance, back to my specific disease, mid-F, there's all kinds of things like N-acetylcysteine, betaine, all these other drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of what my cancer is, every single one of those is a disaster.
It accelerates.
Yeah. Not good. So, because there's all these feedback mechanisms, right? People often say, scientists are not religious. There's nothing that inspires more awe in me than knowing the complexity of the cell and knowing the complexity of life, and seeing all this feedback and mechanism, and knowing that underneath that is a universe with particles, etc., that enable something like us to exist. I just sit in awe of that.
Well, yeah, it's awe-inspiring for sure. I mean, anybody who doesn't think it is is not paying attention, or they're purposely being ignorant. Right. Yeah. But you get a lot of that, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. Teachers are here to hopefully teach and not preach.
Hopefully. Yeah. Because of your specific type of cancer and your situation, do you have to very closely monitor your diet?
I probably shouldn't eat as much meat as I do. Why meat? Well, because fats, and a lot of them, the fats dissolve a fair number of toxins. It's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that's been relatively well shown that too much meat, as opposed to, I'm not advocating vegetarianism. I think there's a happy medium. I mean, we grew up in an environment where we had both. I mean, we were omnivores, and we succeeded, I think, because we're omnivores as a society, as a civilization. So, but charred meat.
That's the issue, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it burnt?
Yeah. I mean, it's carcinogens. I mean, you're making all kinds of. It's a witch's brew of nastiness that tastes good. But the reason why it tastes good is because the humans who survived learned to use fire to kill off the bacteria in rotten meat, and so the flavor of that probably was engineered into our evolution.
But again, it's a cost benefit.
But did the cooking of it also allow us to absorb more protein?
I'm not sure about that.
I believe so. Okay, that could be. I believe that's the case. That cooking meat actually allows it to be more easily absorbed by the body. It could be broken down more readily.
But certainly it kills bacteria. So, day old or 3 day old deer, that you just compare or not. Yeah. So, we're not vultures that seem to have digestive systems that can handle all of that.
So you should eat less meat. What else? Do you avoid sugar, which seems to be a real problem with cancer?
Yeah, I avoid too much sugar. Yeah, thanks for this, by the way.
Is that sugar-free?
No.
But that one's not? No. We have sugar-free ones.
No, because the sugar-free ones have stuff in them that are just xylitol and all the other.
What about stevia?
Yeah,
Stevia is bad for you?
I don't think so. I haven't seen anything on that. But, look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too late. And every time that, let's say, scientists make some grand prediction of what's good or bad, 5 years later, we find and update what it should have been. I often say this, and this is true. The goal of science or scientists is to be right today, even wrong today, but righter tomorrow. Because we're always back checking what the results are, what they mean in the context of a bigger picture.
I like how you say good science, because that's part of the problem, is that ego gets attached to ideas that have already been discussed and published.
Right.
And people are very reluctant to accept new evidence contrary to that.
Yeah, as always, and I often say, in the context of something I know we'll get to later, it's the data off the curve, which is more important than what we already predict. Predictions are great, but when there's a data point off the curve, at least in my lab, that's where we spend the most time in our lab meetings, is trying to figure out why that data point's off the curve. Is it because the machine was wrong? It was a glitch? Or does it mean something that we need to make sense of? And that's, of course, where all advances come from in the sciences, is by the fact that the data off the curve, somebody was curious enough about what it meant to go after it and then say, okay, now that I've stepped back and seen the bigger picture, now I can create a model that incorporates that data point off the curve and why it happened.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. The internet is a breeding ground for misinformation. Even a simple search for ways to get rid of a headache can produce millions and millions of results, from taking pain relievers to detoxes to medication to cold compresses. It's overwhelming. And even when you do find something that's true, that works for other people, it might not work for you. In some cases, it's better to just ask a living, breathing expert. If you have a headache that won't go away, go talk to a doctor. And if you're struggling with your mental health, consult a credentialed therapist. You can learn a lot about yourself in therapy, like how to be kind to yourself and how to be the best version of you. Whether you want to learn how to better manage stress, improve your relationships, gain more confidence, or something else, it starts with therapy. Try it for yourself with BetterHelp. Millions have benefited from their services, and there's a reason people rate it so highly. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. One of the reasons why I was really excited to have this conversation with you about the research that you do is that I think it's really important to illuminate to the general public the sheer scope of the task of trying to figure out what is going on with all these different things that can go wrong and right in the human body. That it requires this fucking insane amount of work by many people. And, and then the amount of data that had to be collected now. And so here's the difference. Is that there's data, there's evidence, there's conclusions and proof. And that's an uphill climb. But proof, the next one up is meaning. My lab has been largely responsible, at least partly responsible, for the data deluge that's out there in the world, both in how to do tissue biopsy analysis, how to do single cell analysis, etc. And data felt good.
for a while. It was like this, this feedback loop of, oh, I can get all this data. And then suddenly you look at it and you go, well, what the fuck does it mean? And so humanity has this habit of backing itself into a corner and then suddenly finding this eureka moment that gets it out. And so our eureka moment about 2 years ago was artificial intelligence, where suddenly I had the ability. So normally I would collect all this data and go, okay, well, it seems islet suppressor cells are important here, T regulatory cells are present here. Okay, I get on the phone or send an email to whoever the local expert is, either on Stanford campus or around the world, and try to get some information from them. But then now you're dealing with hundreds of cell types, each of which have thousands of variations themselves. And each subtle variation means something. And there's no answer for that. The AI is at least in part of this expert. So suddenly I have 22 million papers published, in all the fields of science. Several tens of millions just in, or several million just in immunology alone. And AI can be both the angel and the devil on my shoulder that can make sense of things in ways that I never would have before, especially with agentic AI. So we, for instance, in my lab, have developed agentic AI that is basically an immunologist, scientist in a box. There's a process, and we can pose questions in natural language, and then so you make sense of it and turn it into a network. Normally, I would take a graduate student along with a couple of postdocs, months and months and months to put it all together. Now, in 3 hours, we can get pictures and hypotheses of how all that data fits together in ways that I never could have done before. At the beginning, it did a lot of hallucinations, which you probably heard about in AI. My answer to my colleagues is something like this is 2 years ago. Right. And so, humans still have a loop. So you play all of this together. Now here we are. Now we can skip a lot of the intermediate steps and see, and it's just getting better. I mean, for instance, I've done a couple of papers now where, for instance, where my specialty, one of my recent specialties is what's called the tumor interface. So you have the tumor, you have the immune system, which is coalescing on in some cases, it creates a boundary, a barrier between itself and the immune system, where there might be certain kinds of cells that the immune system, the tumor has to immune system ignores. And what we now can do is, on the other side of when you look at complex populations, you find these things called tertiary employment structures. So your body has 220 or so. Okay, regardless of where the immune system takes decisions. It turns out that in the middle of tumors, the body has evolved a mechanism to create what essentially looks like a lymphoid structure in the middle of the tumor. It's sort of a forward camp of immune cells. That the more of those you see in a tumor, the better will be your outcome as a patient. And so we used a cohort of colorectal cell, basically colorectal patients. We looked at hundreds of biopsies, and we did that pseudotype analysis where we looked for mature tertiary lymphoid structures. And we looked for mature, slightly less mature, less mature, etc. And we were able to backtrack to the cell types which need to come together that would then form more mature. What use is that? It's a nice paper. But it also now tells us what we might do to create more of these in the tumor. Because the more we already know from multiple kinds of tumor types now, that the more of these tertiary lymphoid structures you have, the better off will be your outcome with chemotherapy. So it might be, for instance, that once we know that you have a condition like this, we give you some kind of therapy virus that goes and forms to the tumor, seeds these there's these cytokines that are produced that are necessary for initiating the formation of these objects. And so
there's a huge benefit to that, but we never would have found those in my lab at least without the AI. Because it basically did the work for us.
That's fascinating. Now, are you using like a standard large language model, or do you have like a specific structure that's built to interfaces with large language?
Correct. So we use, well, we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now we find that OpenAI is the best, for us at least. And then we create an agentic overlay, basically what's called, you probably know, chain of thought, which is a series of questions. So how we taught it was we basically came up, here's 100 kinds of questions a scientist would ask about the immune system. And then we tell ChatGPT, now create 1,000 questions like this. So, it's artificial data or artificial questions. We curate those to make sure that they're good. Then we do 100 hypotheses, and we create thousands of types of hypotheses, etc., and the same for tests that you might run. So now, from A to Z, we have an agentic AI that you give it raw data, it knows what to do with the data, it then generates hypotheses for you, and then it literally tells you the kinds of experiments you should do next to prove or disprove the hypothesis from the raw data.
It's a genius in the lab with you.
Exactly.
Is OpenAI learning from this agentic AI?
Oh, yeah.
So there's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working with them directly.
You use it, and because you use it with your AI, right, it's benefiting from it.
And we first thought to turn it into a company, because that's kind of one of the things we do in my lab, is I've always thought that it's important to give back to the taxpayer the money that they've invested in us. And the best way to do that is commercialization. I'm totally unapologetic about that. Even though I got in a lot of trouble at Stanford in the early days when, making money was, commercialization was evil. And even at Stanford. And so I think that that's an important process, because scientists are good at asking maybe questions and coming up with solutions, but scientists aren't the best at commercializing it and turning it into a product that can be used, or testing it, in large communities. So the AI that we developed, we thought, okay, when we can do this, we thought, AI is moving so fast, why don't we just give this to the community? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes, but we're basically going to publish the whole thing on GitHub. To let other people use it. Because we've seen other people make claims about stuff that they've already made, and it's like, ours is better. So why don't we just put it on GitHub and let people learn from it?
The resistance to the commercialization, what was the initial argument?
So back when I was a grad student in the 80s, basic research, as opposed to translational research, was considered the height of intellectual desire, right? Basic research, and we're not here to make money, we're here to discover things. And that's important. And nearly every major discovery and every major therapy in the world came from basic research. But then, there were limits to how much money you could give to basic research, and then there was a desire at a certain point to say, hey, are you going to do anything about this? And are you going to make it? So translational research became a push. So this guy at Stanford, by the name of Paul Berg, who won the Nobel Prize for gene therapy for recombinant DNA way back in the day. And Paul came up with this concept of bench to bedside, meaning that we don't have to be either or. We can be part of an arc, and Stanford wanted to be an enable within the medical school of the basic research, which we were great at, as well as bringing it directly to the patients as well. So to link clinicians and the desires of clinicians with the basic researchers. I mean, most scientists would be happy just to study anything. Just point me at something and I'll be happy if I can get interested in it. So
And we're no more happy than when somebody recognizes the value of but basic research was sort of the height, and there was a push against anybody trying to commercialize. So when I started as an assistant professor, so I started as a grad student. I went to MIT to work with this guy David Baltimore. I won the Nobel for reverse transcriptase. And then I wanted to come straight back to Stanford because I already felt that it was a positive environment for commercialization. My bosses, former bosses, mentors, Lynn and Lears, had two of the biggest patents at Stanford. They had the fluorescence activated cell sorter and then what are called humanized antibodies, which brought in hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to Stanford. And they gave personally most of their own money away. They kept enough to survive, but then they gave most of the money away and they ran their own lab off of a lot of that money. But so I had learned from them about how to still do basic research but commercialize on the side. And so I wanted to bring that back, but the department that I came into, the Department of Pharmacology at the time, I was warned by many professors, don't commercialize that. And I ignored them and I went and started a company that went public on NASDAQ. And many of those same professors came back to me, years later and sitting in my office asking me how to start a company.
Why did you, was it just a courageous decision to ignore them? Was it instinctual?
It just was instinctual because I couldn't see the NIH funding what I wanted to do. So I had developed a way, this will sound scary, but I had developed a way to use retroviruses and make libraries of retroviruses to reverse the process of evolution in a way that rather than viruses hurting the cell, I set it up so that viruses would help the cell. And once they helped the cell, I would figure out what they did. And so we sold hundreds of millions of dollars of targets that way using retroviral libraries to basically find targets and use some of the benefits of viruses, but to our advantage.
Just the concept of reversing evolution is fascinating because it comes with there's ethical implications, but if you didn't have any of those, and you could do that large scale.
Well, I had developed in David's lab, along with this guy Warren Pear, a means, it's called the 293T retroviral producer system. It was a way to make large numbers of these viruses very quickly. It really followed on the work of this guy, Richard Mullen, who had also been a postdoc with David Baltimore, who developed what was called the 3T3-based retroviral production system, and he developed it in Paul Berg's lab at Stanford. So there's a lot of sort of interbreeding here. But the problem with that was it took 3 months. So I had brought with me a cell line called 293T that I introduced to the lab and said, hey, maybe we could use this to make viruses quickly. I won't go into the details of why, but we could do it in 3 days rather than 3 months. And so that now, tens of thousands of labs use that worldwide, and probably generates the most money for me every year over any of my other inventions, just because Stanford, rather than patenting it, licenses it, and licenses are forever, whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan. So Stanford made a good choice there.
So do you think it was just a bias, an academic bias, like we shouldn't be focusing on money, we should be focusing on the work?
Yes.
And they missed the forest for the trees.
But then people, they eventually learned. And I wouldn't say that it's the way that people think anymore, but there's still a little bit of, you shouldn't walk into the lab thinking I'm here to make money.
That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, right.
That's the worry about the vast correction of it all.
Right. And so Stanford in the early days set up very clear lines about once you start a company and you license the patent or the idea to the company, you can still be involved with the company, but there's not a pipeline of technology now from your laboratory to that company. So they set up, an oversight board for each of these licenses that make sure that, the students are not being abused. Because you don't want students, you don't want to be, covertly getting your students to do something that then you're they're going to walk behind the back door and hand a company patent. Yeah. You know, so, you know, it's so interesting that there's often very much a lot of worry that that's going to happen. But frankly, more often is the case that the company doesn't need the inventor anymore. In fact, I can't tell you the number of times that once the company's set up, they want nothing more to do with me because they have their own thing to do. They don't want the crazy academic coming in and vetoing their ideas. I mean, you know, there's places for that where people like, you know, Steve Jobs needs to hold on to the image of what he wants the company to be, as opposed to, I would probably be fired from a company within a week because I just don't like people telling me what to do. That's just a fact. Yeah. So where you're at right now with this cancer research, when will this be applied in real world scenarios? It already is. I mean, you know, look at who just won the Nobel Prize last year, David Baker at Google, with the ability to predict protein structure. Once you know the protein structure, now you can predict the molecules that might come into it. So go back to the stuff that I'm trying to do with looking at the complexities of the dance of how the immune system talks or doesn't to cancer. You know, if we can find a particular place that might be an Achilles heel along the way towards the shutting down that is different, for instance, than what the current drugs are. Well, maybe we should aim at that. There's so many more opportunities that are suddenly opening up in front of us because the AI and the data is letting us look at a network of how the system is working. I mean, before, it used to be, you'd look at a computer chip and you'd see just a computer chip with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that capacitor to that diode to this transistor. That's where we are now. And so now suddenly we can say, well, I don't want to do that because it'll kill the chip. But the chip is malfunctioning, so let me put a little bit of pressure there, and now I can reactivate the immune system or the chip to work in the right way.
So when you're talking about things like with your particular issue with melanoma, when you're talking about CRISPR potentially developing some sort of a topical solution that you could put on that would fix whatever issue you have, is this something that this AI that you developed or this overlay of the AI would actually assist CRISPR in figuring out how to create something like this?
Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I need to press, but two or three at the same time.
Right.
And so when you're talking about a complex feedback network, I mean, so, you know, we're in Texas, so people do oil refinery. You know, maybe you turn this here a little bit, and that valve there, and that one there, to make everything work just right because something's wrong over there. And so that's really what this is where AI has the, let's say, the omniscient view that no human can. And that's what excites me about it, is because I'm limited in how much I can keep in my mind at any one time or go. Right. But with the right question, the prompt engineering, and then with the right backbone structure behind the scenes that agentic AI is now providing. Now I have the ability to ask the questions and get answers in near real time. And so I wish I was 30 years old again, because I would move into this area so fast, and I can already see with the work that we're doing dozens of potential new target opportunities that last year didn't exist at all.
My goodness, with AI and with CRISPR, you might be 30 again.
Oh, I would love it. I would love it.
I think that's on the menu in about 2 or 3 decades. I'm just being realistic. I don't even know if I'm being realistic.
Don't give false hope.
Don't give
think it was Neuralink that.
Yo, dog, how you living, pimp?
Some of these results. So,
What's going on, Alan?
I mean, we're already in an exponential increase.
Yo, dog. What's good? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just one moment. Can you hear me? Of course they fucking left. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, I can't even fucking hear me. Yo.
And AI will help us accomplish some of these things faster. You know, I could maybe apply something. I don't necessarily want a surgical implant, but maybe some sort of net over my head that allows me to think through these problems. And the AI becomes an adjunct to my thought processes. Not only what it is that I think, but maybe even provides information back to me, back into my system directly without having to go through the ears, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you can imagine with that as well. But I'm an optimist at heart, perhaps, again, naively so. Me too. But I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there'll be no progress, because all you'll do is worry about disaster.
Yes, that's a good point. But also, realistically, we might be giving birth to a new life form.
Yes. And I think we are.
A superior one.
And, you know, I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hopefully in an unbiased way.
I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programmed